Ay, ay, ay. I can't believe the power went out. The heat. Come on. Start tracking me. Go away. Go away. All of you go away. Okay. Alright. I'm back. Oh my gosh. The freaking power went out. That's such a booty hole. Why do why my apartment has such jank wiring in it? Oh no, my head's all stuck crooked. Ugh. Okay. Alright. I can't believe the power went out. That sucks. That just sucks. That's a whole lot of suck. And I did not consent to any of that suck. And the apartment that I live in, the wiring is so crappy now. It's insane. Where's the oh my now people are shooting off fireworks. Yay. Yay. Let me make sure the chat's working. Yep, okay. Okay. Paco. Awesome. Yay, I love that. I love that. I'll wait for people to rejoin. It's so bad. It sucks. That sucks so bad. I was in the groove too. This completely like I don't know. I don't know, man. I was grooving. Okay. Huh.
Hey everyone.
Shh. Silence. Autoplay silence. There was Oh, there it is. I did Yeah, my power went out. My power went out. I live my apartment sucks. I don't know why. You can't run more than one thing in the kitchen at a time or the whole thing shuts down. It's like wiring from I don't know. I don't know this probably the 80s, maybe even before that. It's so bad. It's so bad. Um yeah, there's a video that I
Yo,
did
what
want to
is
cover that there's a video that I wanted to cover just a little bit of it. Cuz today is going to be my second debate on stream. In today's debate, oh man, today's debate is going to be about is Israel's actions justified, right? But if anyone saw my first debate, it was a meme. It was a great meme. I would say it was a great meme, right? This is a video created by whoop, that's not what I wanted. Oh, that's so funny. The Trevor Project pops up. The Trevor Project is under this video. The Trevor Project pops up. Um, I didn't know this was his name. I thought his name was like Humana Humana or something like that. But this is the my first stream I had. I had a debate, and this is he asked if he could have the use my VOD to make a video because his recording got messed up, and I was like, yeah, of course, I don't care. Um, So he was anti-homosexual, and I was pro-homosexual, I guess. I'm just like pro-LGBT and QIA in general, you know. Um, but what I really care, this is mostly all just the debate. But what I really care about is this last half. I thought this last half was I didn't pre-watch I didn't watch the whole thing, obviously. I just saw if he added any commentary onto it, and he did. So
Well, there you guys have it. That was a debate. If you stayed this long, man, biggest thanks to you. Let me know down in the comments what y'all think. And if you really liked my content, I wouldn't be mad if you left a like and subscribe. Now, what do I personally think? I think it speaks for itself. That was an easy destruction. Let's be honest.
it was an easy destruction. He says it's an easy destruction. um, for people's well-being and sanity, I think so. Yes, I think you easily disturbed everyone listening, or like you disturbed their seriousness about the what was going on.
When you got a moderator arguing for you who's also biased and was a last minute moderator, what can I say? People be thinking just because you get a little passionate.
Also, Shy condemned the moderator in in her stream. It's her. Yeah, no, I can agree with that part. I think the moderator should have kept their mouth shut and just made it so like we could talk to each other, not like they started arguing against or like making points. And I don't think that is good moderation. I wish the moderator didn't do that, but it was really funny watching this guy spiral once that happened. You know, like he could have easily just calmly been like, hey, mod, this is a debate between me and the Shy Doomer. I'll try to do his voice. Hey, mod, this is me. This is a debate between me and the Shy Doomer. I don't appreciate you like interrupting and asking like trying to debate on the Shy Doomer's behalf. You know, but but it was like there's literally this soundboard in my Discord because of it. Let's see if I can like pull it up real quick. Let me find the soundboard. It's so good. Where you at? Come on. What the? Am I not in my Discord? I should be in my Discord. Oh, for some reason, because I'm streaming right now, it's not letting me use the soundboard. Well, there's a clip of him screaming, "Shut up!" That's so weird. I should like set soundboard keys to my mic, I guess. But we have a clip of him going like, "Shut up," and it's so funny.
Or on the flip side, irritated because of a moderator like that, you lost a debate because you got angry.
I don't think you lost the debate because you got angry. I thought you lost the debate because you were completely off topic and you didn't really talk about like how it's not natural or normal or like not a mental illness. You just kept on wanting to talk about pedophilia. Like that's why I think you lost the debate. And the voting on the Discord said so too, you know. I don't have and I don't even have like that big of an audience. Most of the people that voted was like most of the people that voted was from the Discord itself. Like I tried to stay on topic and I followed your lead, you know.
But facts don't care about your feelings, right?
True.
So regardless of how I was feeling or how Shy Doomer was feeling, facts don't care.
True.
What I presented is medically backed.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I literally it's not medically backed. You look at like evidence and then you look at like fringe doctors or like evidence from multiple decades ago and or you look at things from recently and you come to your own conclusions based upon their research, even though like if you read the description of the research, it doesn't say what you were trying to claim it said. Homosexuality is not a mental disorder. It's not a mental illness. Like even the definition, like even the definition of mental illness. Let's just finish this real quick.
It's factual, and all the other arguments that were objecting to what I had to say were either emotionally based, misinterpretations, or just a waste of time. Bringing up things about morals, completely irrelevant to the discussion.
Then why did you keep on bringing up moral arguments? You were like, oh yeah, it's definitely mental illness because pedophilia. And it's like, pedophilia on its own, I don't think would be considered a mental illness. I think it's harmful. I think like when you look at these things, the reason why they're bad isn't necessarily like you can have like a mental derangement that actually like I can think of a time where someone's like mental illness or derangement could possibly benefit them, you know? Like I can come up with that kind of scenario. So like what we're talking about at the end of the day is like harm, because like your argument was like it's bad, right? Like you kept on making homosexuality is bad arguments, not homosexuality is a mental illness arguments. So that's why I had to respond in due kind. And then you wouldn't explain or elaborate how it wasn't the argumentation you were making because you just wanted to talk about pedos for some reason. It's so weird.
I even said this previously, but you guys obviously wouldn't know that I don't want it to be a moral discussion. It's a medical discussion. It's biological.
No. What we deem as a like what we deem as like a mental illness is based upon harm to the person. Like what do you So harm is that's the reason we kept on getting back to harm in the debate. Like it's not like like these categorizations that we've created to describe like mental illnesses isn't objective. Like we've made up this category and the requirements to have them, right? And the reason we want people to like get better is because there is some sort of individual harm, you know? Like for example, gender dysphoria. You don't have to have gender dysphoria to be trans. Some trans people have gender euphoria, but because of the difference between like how a trans person's like sense of self is compared to like their phenotypical masculine or feminine features, because there's a disconnect there or a difference there, they feel uncomfortable and they feel disassociative, anxiety, depression, and then those things also can be due to like exacerbated due to the fact that society treats them like shit, right? So like what we're trying to do in all these scenarios is alleviate harm, which is a moral discussion.
Anyways, point clear. Shy Doomer on this stream that they had, the stream that they were recording, they have it uploaded on YouTube.
Yes, I do.
Shy Doomer literally said, I think I could have done better. Twice. Also said, I think we all lost. Clearly, Shy Doomer knows who dominated the
Wait.
Shy Doomer literally said, I think I could have done better. Twice. Also said, I think we all lost. Clearly, Shy Doomer knows who dominated this battle. And on top of that, there's people in the comments saying, well, he got mad, so you won by...
Oh, wait. When I criticize myself, it's because I know I'm like, I was way too nice to him. I was way too nice to Bright Wronger or whatever his name is. I was way too nice. I was way too lenient. I was way too charitable, and I let him control most of the conversation until the very end is whenever I was like more like pushing back, and then he like was like, "Well, you're asking me all these questions, and I don't get to talk." I was way too nice to you. That's what I meant. I could have been better. Like I just sat back and let you have a hissy fit because of the moderator and like the chat, because you also like started yelling at the chat too. That's like I didn't have to do much because you were digging your own grave. I was saying like in response to what you were saying, because I wasn't like taking it seriously at a certain point because of your behavior. Like I there was no point of arguing against half the shit you were saying because it was just baloney. It had nothing to do with homosexuality. It was mostly about pedophilia or like gay men getting boners or some shit, like the penis pump at the very end. It was a wild ride. It was insane. But yeah, like this I don't know. I don't know. I said we all lost, meaning like humanity lost. It was like a joke. Me saying I could have done better is I always criticize myself and I always see like the faults, and I don't think I'm like perfect and amazing and like the greatest ever. Um I don't think I lost the debate. I could have absolutely done better in the debate. I see like there's always room to grow, right? But like me saying we all lost was literally a joke of being like, humanity has lost that situation. I think we're all stupider because of it.
Default. That's a good way of beating around the bush and coping. But anyways, guys,
Yeah, I was
we
coping.
flipping a new page in our chapter. Let's leave that aside. We got greater and better bangers in the future. Ones where we're not going to be treated so unfairly in.
True.
Besides the point. Thank y'all
True,
again
true.
so much.
He like started yelling at chat too. Like the chat in the Discord, he was like pointing out people in the chat that was disagreeing with him. Like there's people like making fun of me in chat too, and I didn't freak out. It was, if this guy ever wants to have another debate, we can do it without a mod. We can do it with a mod. He can choose the mod. I don't care. He can get someone that argues on his behalf on purpose. I don't care. I just thought it was enjoyable. I thought it was a good content, really funny. I it was great. It was great. Oh man. I just wanted to show that real quick. Is there any of these? Like my whole groove died because the power went out. You know? I just need to laugh. I'm glad someone else came back. All right. The Trevor Project listed on his video. That's so funny. Oh no. They're pushing their mental illness under your video. What are you going to do about it? Conversion therapy refers to a range of dangerous and discredited practices aimed at changing one's sexual orientation or gender identity or expression, right? Yeah. Yeah. My goodness. I had four viewers and now I got none because the power went out. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Big oof. Big sadness. That's big oof. Big oof. I have like 30-ish minutes until I have to join the debate. I think this would be a good time to play a game. I think right now we should play a game. I think I should play a game. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Let's... Whoop, that's not the right one. Let's play a game. Let's play a game. Let's play the game called Zionist or Nazi. So we're going to play this game called Zionist or Nazi. Can you guess who said it? This quiz explores similarities between Zionist, Nazi Germany, and Israel, both in writing and deeds. The bias for this comparison can be found in both projects. settler colonialist nature, in Germany's case, with its occupation of Eastern Europe, and Israel's case in its occupation of Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, and more greater Israel, right? In common a common process of ethnic cleansing is apparent. This similarity is not oh man, I'm dyslexic as fuck. Is that even a word? Is that even accidental? There we go. Now I can see it. Oh my goodness, dyslexia. Early Zionist players like Author R were directly inspired by Germany's occupation of Posen. The quotes are taken from leading politicians, media personalities, etc., from both sides and throughout their respective histories. So this is a quiz to see if I can tell the difference between a Zionist or a Nazi. The sun is starting to go down, and I need to turn on the light real quick because it's getting dark in my room. So let me do that real quick, and then I'll be back and we can take this quiz. All right, now I can see. Now I'm not being blinded by the light. Cool. All right, let's see if I can do it. Let's see if I know the difference between a Zionist or a Nazi. Let's go. I am referring here to... Oh my god, my dyslexia. This is the worst. The reason you see most of my stuff as dark with black is because, like, I'm dyslexic. This doesn't even look like a word to me. I'm referring to the evacuation of the group. The extermination of the group. People. The blank people. This is one of the things that is easily said, but then they are coming along and each one has his one decent dissent. What? I'm referring here to the evacuation of... Yeah, I'm referring here to the evacuation of the blank, the extermination of the blank people. This is one of the things that is easily said, blank. Then they all come along, and each one has one decent... And each one has his one decent blank. That's so many blanks. This one's like really hard. Is this supposed to be eradication? Evadication? I'm gonna say this is a Nazi. Oh, I got it right. Cool. The term has been openly utilized by Nazi terror. Oh, okay. Utilized by Nazi terror to refer to especially the generation of Jews to death camps. Oh, the evacuate. Okay. They're evacuating them into the chambers. Gotcha. Come on. Did it freeze or enter? Did the quiz freeze or something? Oh, down here. Okay. Okay. The blank wanted war, and now they have it. There is only one effective measure. Cut them out. The blank wanted war, and now they have it. There's only one effective measure. Cut them out. See, this could go both ways. Because a lot of the Nazi rhetoric was like to cry victim and be like, oh, the Jews wanted war, now they have it, now we have to cut them out, you know? But this also can work with Hamas. The Palestinians wanted war, right? And that, or like Hamas wanted, I'm gonna say Nazi? Oh, got it. Hell yeah. Just like Zionists today, he blamed the oppression for extermination camp he was conducting and pushed the oppression even harder when they fought back. Yep, the Jews are guilty. Yeah. Goebbels. Oh no, that was a Goebbels quote. Oh no. Down here. Okay. Who said this? The blank have deserved the catastrophe it has now overtaken them. Catastrophe. There we go. Oh man, dyslexia. The group has deserved the catastrophe that now has overtaken them. Their destruction will now go hand in hand with the destruction of our enemies. We must hasten this process with cold ruthlessness. The blank have deserved the catastrophe that now overtake them. Their destruction will now go hand in hand with the destruction of our enemies. We must hasten the process with cold ruthlessness. See, that's like, if this is a Zionist, that's like, I won't be surprised. I will not be surprised. But this is, like, I feel like this one's a gotcha. Like, they gave you two Nazis, so now you're like, oh, this definitely has to be. Oh, come on, like this. So I'm gonna assume, Zionist, because I think this is like the gotcha third question. Okay, so okay, I'm wrong. Okay, well that's good. Nazi officers on the Jewish question. Okay, yep, okay. Who said this? Even 1 million blank are not worth a fingernail of blank. See, I think the first three were Nazi, and maybe this one's the gotcha. Like, it's so hard because I've read it, Israeli officials like Twitter accounts, and they're this is the shit they say sometimes. I've I've listened to like the news outlets out of Israel, and I've listened to like the talking heads and like the citizens, and they would Zionist. Oh my god, I'm right. Oh no. On February 25th, 1994, way before the current situation, BG, dressed in Israel military uniform, entered a mosque in the cave of prayers and opened fire on 800 Palestinian Muslims praying there during the month of Ramadan, killing 29 and wounding 125 worshippers until he was beaten to death by the survivors. He got what he deserved. At his funeral, Israelis shouted, "We are all..." What the fuck? "We're all godsends and Arabs out of Israel." So this guy literally did a mass shooting at a church, and they're like, "Arabs out of Israel, Arabs out of Israel, Arabs out of Israel." These people are fucking psychotic. Yeah. Responding to this act of Zionist terrorism, Israel did not punish extremist settlers, but instead imposed more restrictions on the Palestinian population. This is the person. I don't know. I'm not even gonna try it. A rabbi paying homage to the shooter. Are you serious? That's crazy. That's so like there's so many incidences like this because it's been going on since 1948. Like I'm not like super well to know like the little details. I don't think you really even need to know like the little minute details like this to come to my conclusion, right? But like this just like oh my goodness, it just adds on to my conclusion. It's wow. In response to someone killing 29 and wounding 125, Zionists were like, we need this. Obviously, this they're bloodthirsty. They're blood. That's crazy. That's insane. That's who said this? There will be no mercy. We had the moral right. We had the duty towards our people to destroy the people that wanted to destroy us. That sounds like a Goebbels thing. That sounds like a I don't know. To me that sounds like hey, the what was the trial after World War II where all the Nazis were like put to death and stuff? It sounds like a response in that trial. I don't know. It sounds pretty Nazi, but I'm gonna go with Nazi, but I might be wrong. Okay, good. Whew. There, if a Zionist said this too, I was like, holy shit. But it's hard to tell. Like, I literally can't tell because they're all just so awful. Like, you want to say just all of them are Nazi? Like in the Zionist framework or in like the pro-Israel positions framework, you would say all these are Nazi, but then you'd be wrong. You'd be fucking wrong because after this, if I still have some time before the debate, after this, uh, there the Zionists in Germany literally worked with the Nazis to start Israel. Like the Zionists in Germany sided with the Nazis. It's insane. And like the excuse for that is like, oh well, obviously they had to get the Jewish people out of the country so they weren't like executed and stuff. But like, instead of just focusing on the Jews in Germany, they allowed thousands of Jews in America and in Britain to replace the Jews in Germany. So is that really is that like if that's the biggest threat and you're trying to like get people out so like they don't end up at the camp, then why allow then why even focus on Britain and America? Hmm? Hmm? National blank will make the ancient soil for oh my god. Oh my god. National blank will make the ancient soil fertile. That soil was unproductive for others, but for us, it will be good soil because we fertilized it with our love. And I feel like that's a I feel like that's a Zionist. Yep, okay. Uh the founder of modern political Zionism in 1898. Theodore Herzl, the person that even called Israel a colonialist project and like referred to the fact that the people that you tried to colonize will fight back and to slaughter them is a necessary outcome in your desire to conquer the land, right? This is similar to the common Zionist slogans like making the desert bloom. Oh my goodness. But what about river to the sea? When? Make the desert bloom. A land without a people for a people without a land. Invoking negligent soil. As Edwards said, as shown atypical behalf, the European understood the value of land in the way of impossible for the natives. A maker of non-civilization, oh gosh, neglected soil, justified colonial rule over both land and the people. And you can click on these, and these are the sources. So like, it's not just like, oh, they're bullshitting. Yeah, this is literally like, these people are lesser than people, and they can't actually take care of their homeland. So that's why we have to replace them. Like they're savages. It's the whole savages argument that Western expansion in America was justified with. The religious, righteous Western expansion. There's one and only solution, which is to completely destroy blank. I feel like that's a Zionist. There's only one and only solution. Like, I think this is a Zionist. Like, there's only one solution, which is to completely destroy Hamas. Terrorists? Yeah, I was right. Okay. That's the person who said it. October 2023. Stated interview with, I don't know, we gotta try to pronounce that. The terminology reminiscent of Nazi propaganda and the final solution accurately describes Israel's actions today. There's one and only solution, which is to completely destroy Gaza. Oh my goodness. Like, if you said Hamas, okay. If you said if you said the terrorists, okay, but like Gaza, that's okay. Before invading it. And when I talk about destruction, I mean destruction like it was in don't know how to pronounce those, without nuclear weapon. I don't recall that Biden has, or his predecessors, I don't recall that Americans provided safe humanitarian passageways for the he's even doing oh my goodness. I don't recall that Americans provided safe humanitarian passageways for the Nagasaki and Hiroshima. On the country, they looked for the weakest cities, and they dropped their rockets to make it clear that they were serious. This is what brought an end to war and saved the lives of 1 million American soldiers. This is bullshit, by the way. We did not have to. Like, the war is practically over. We did not have to drop the bombs. There's a really decent video. Like, scholars, war experts, they've all debunked it. Like, it wasn't necessary. Like this is the whole not white people are savages thing again. Like, oh, Japan would have never given up. They would have fight till the last one of them are dead. No, the emperor was pretty much like almost to the point where like we're gonna end it. And then 2 nukes dropped on them, and they're like, oh, what the fuck, bro? We were gonna end it. You've been firebombing our wooden towns for months now. What the hell? This is the war between the sons of light and the sons of darkness. What a fucking LARP. We will not let up on our mission until the light overcomes the darkness. The good will defeat the extreme evil that threatens us and the entire world. That's a that's a Zionist right there. Yeah, that was This is a war between the sons of light and dark, the sons of light and the sons of darkness. We will not let up our mission until the light overtakes the darkness. Benjamin Netanyahu, the freaking prime minister, said this. This was posted by Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Twitter. What? November 03, 2023. Zionism as described by Zionists. Yeah. Every baby, every 80 years from now, will tell their grandchildren what the Jews did. Oh, that has to be Zionist. Yeah, it was a Zionist. I'm personally proud of the ruins of oh my goodness. I am personally proud of the ruins of Gaza. These people are ontologically evil. These people are like objective, they're demons. Their brains are cooked. This is why I say like fearing our neighbors leads to like bad outcomes. Like there's a historical precedent of why they fucking don't like you. It's not like just in their DNA to dislike you. Like obviously there's crazies in every religion. Christianity, Jewish, Muslim, all of them. That's why I don't think religion is good. Religion is cringe, actually. I am personally proud of the ruins of Gaza, and that every baby, even 80 years from now, will tell their grandchildren what the Jews did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case, but it's gonna be damn, isn't it wild that the targets of the Holocaust did a Holocaust? That's crazy, bro. That's gonna be the talking points from 80 years from now. That's what most people are gonna believe. The reckless and dangerous conflict of the horrendous actions by the state of Israel, which with all Jewish people is now Israel's politicians try to hide their culpability. What? I am proud of the ruins of Gaza. Minister. Israeli's minister. My goodness. Be triumphant and be triumphant and finish them off, and don't leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase them, their families, their mothers, their children. These animals can no longer live. If you have a blank neighbor, don't wait. Go to his home and shoot him. Holy shit. I've only been wrong once so far. But this is a really hard one. I would say Nazi. I want to say Nazi. But I will not be surprised if it's Zionist. Yeah, oh my god. I was trying to be charitable to the fucking Zionists. I'm trying to be charitable to the Zionists and think like the overly... Oh my gosh. Be triumphant and finish them off, and do not leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase them. Their families, their mothers, their children. These animals can no longer live. Every Jew with a weapon should go out and kill them. You have an Arab neighbor, don't wait. Go to his home and shoot him. And this was on October 3rd. The IDF Izara. Oh my goodness. Ezra was brought in official IDF vehicles to give a prep talk to Israeli soldiers before Israel's 2023 ground invasion of Gaza. I gotta remember this one. I gotta remember this for the debate. This one is that's damning. That's damning. That's insane. This is the pep talk you gave to the soldiers? That's and they're the good guys, really? It wasn't Hamas, they said Arab. That's crazy. They know they're lying. They know they're lying. They know their outcomes. They know their desired outcome of like greater Israel. And people fall for a hook, like, and sinker because the military war complex is like, hey, actually, hey, there are allies though. What a democracy having someone like Netanyahu has been in office since I was fucking born. I was born in 96. He's been in office for almost my entire life. I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stranger race, a higher grade race, a more worthy race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place. This one has, for the context of the sentence, this just has to be a Zionist because like it's not like the Jews controlled and were displaced out of Germany. So the context, it has to be, yep, it's a Zionist. Oh no. This is how you win tests with the context clues of the little you do know. So far, I got a passing grade so far. I do not admit, for instance, that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia. I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher race, a more worthy, wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place. The Prime Minister of the UK during the Second World War. That was Churchill. Yeah, Churchill's a piece of shit. Yeah. It was bad guys fighting worse guys. It was bad guys fighting more. Of course, the Britain Prime Minister would be like a colonialist pig, a freaking hog. Yeah. All right. Yeah. He yeah. Who said this? It's impossible for a man to become assimilated with people whose blood is different from their own. Oh my goodness. This could go either way. Oh no, it's oh no. It's almost 7 o'clock. Oh no, I have to go to Discord. It's impossible for a man to become assimilated with the people of the. This is a Nazi talking point. This is a straight up Nazi talking point. So like I'm gonna say Nazi, but I would not be surprised if I'm wrong. Yep, I'm wrong. Oh my god, I'm wrong. We'll get back to this test afterwards. I think right here, I think this is giving a little bit more context before we go into the debate. Like, so this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be real fun. I have to get ready for the debate though. So let's do this. Let's do Discord. Let's close the call. Let's go here. Let's fix this so it's in the right spot. Okay. Let's fix the Discord. Oh, there he goes. Okay, cool. Modern day debate. Event. Where is... Okay, we're in the challenge stage. We gotta love this. While I'm waiting, I'm gonna repost the link to my Discord. Enjoy the... I'm gonna repost the link to my Discord. I mean my stream on social media, because literally the internet shut me out. The power went out, so that was booty hole. It is so hot. I feel like I'm being cooked alive. I feel like I'm in an oven. Let me go to... It'd be funny if no one actually shows up. It'd be super funny if no one shows up. Oh, here. No. Do. I love the elevator music. So good. Right? This is all correct, right? Starting in 1 minute. Oh wait, let me go to Discord. Okay. It's such a groove. It's such a groove right now. I could vibe to this forever. There we go. Yay. Are they gonna speak? Can I? Can I? Oh snap! Oh no! There's so many people. Oh no!
What the heck? Why is there 20 people here?
Because they're excited for someone to come out with the truth.
Okay, man, I didn't expect like 20 people, but okay, it's fine.
I didn't expect
You said
20
they said,
people.
like 5 people.
I didn't expect 20 people either.
Yeah, I guess there's 20 people.
Yeah. So everyone is aware I am streaming right now. I have like 0 viewers because I'm just a starter, but like this will be on YouTube. And that's in my bio if you ever want to re-watch this again. You know?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I know. I also have a YouTube channel, but it's also only like, it's very small.
Yeah. Ugh. So do you want to do like a opening statement? Like you can have as much time as you want. I wrote one out, but we can just go back and forth either way. I don't really mind either way.
I usually don't write things out. I do it from, I guess it's more professional from like, I guess, to the head. It's more of like, I don't know, say it, whatever. You know what I'm talking about though, probably.
Yeah, yeah, I get. You want to come off the cuff. I'm a potato brain, so I like having everything written down so I don't miss something. So go ahead, if you want to start or if you want me to start, I'll let you choose.
Okay, I don't know. You could start maybe. I don't know, but I could do it too.
Okay, today's debate is about is Israel's actions justified? I don't believe they are. I think Israel's actions are anything but justified. Their behavior is aligned with the current government's desire to establish a greater Israel, a goal that requires a minimum of ethnic cleansing and at most full on genocide. Since 1948 to now, Israel's modus operandi has been to expel Palestinian Arabs from their land. Israel is a colonialist project supported and funded by Western nations. The list of war crimes committed by Israel during the Gaza conflict alone is damning enough. Palestinians' association with the terrorist organization Hamas is utilized to justify collective punishment and extreme actions of violence towards them. As of January 8th, 2025, more than 45,000 Palestinians have been killed, approximately 70% of them being women and children. Israel is blocking. Israel and its citizens are blocking food, medical aid, and water access. Israel is indiscriminately attacking refugee camps, hospitals, UNRWA schools, churches, and civilian housing. Palestinian prisoners are victims of sexual violence, and Israel citizens are in protest of that behavior. Israel has targeted journalists even before October 7th. At least 175 to 232 journalists have been killed since the beginning of the conflict. Israel targeted homes of journalists in the beginning days of the conflict. United Nations, specifically the United Nations Special Committee, the Human, oh my goodness, my bad, the Human Rights Watch, the prior Prime Minister of Israel, and other credible sources have criticized Israel's actions and calling them either war crimes or straight up genocide. Zionists and Israel government officials either make excuses for these claims or cry anti-Semitism when brought up. If all these claims are false, then why not allow independent investigation within Gaza? This is not something that is allowed. The whole area is blocked off from any independent investigation currently and since the beginning of the war. Israel has become a nation of madness. They need to be held accountable for their behaviors, or these behaviors will never end. I yield. It's your turn.
Okay, so I think Israel is completely justified after the events of October 7th. And it only those events only prove why Israel blockaded Gaza in the first place. they also prove why there is a wall between them and the Palestinians. It might look like apartheid or whatever, but I see it as simply a boundary to prevent Palestinians like Hamas like Hamas or organizations like Hamas from going into Israel and killing anyone who they please. The blockades also to prevent smuggling of weapons so they could do more events like October 7th, because Hamas has not only carried out, but they also said that they would want to do it again and again, and it's in the charter to kill all Jews, include not just Israelis, all Jews around the world. So Israel, as the sole Jewish state, it's their sole duty to protect all Jews around the world, even if it means sacrificing maybe a few rights of some people who want to destroy them. Even though their rights aren't completely not as bad as they claim it, it's own. Yes, they're not able to vote, but that's because they reject citizenship. If they agree to become Israelis and don't wish to destroy the world's only Jewish state, then they could live as an Israeli Arab and they would have full equal rights. But if they continue to reject citizenship and want to destroy Israel and live in those lands seeking to destroy Israel, so then why should they be able to vote? Why should they be able to um, enjoy the same privileges as Israelis when they could either leave and whatever, and they could still continue to call for death to Israel over there, but not we're inside Israel, Israeli controlled territory, and call for the killing of Jews and everyone inside Israel, where they say that from the river to the sea, that's talking about the complete ethnic cleansing of all Jews from the land, and and Palestine annexing all of Israel. Therefore, I think it's definitely justified, and the UN also thinks it's justified for the blockade. And now to the war. And now to the war. Yes, numerous journalists have been killed, but in every single conflict, many journalists have been killed. In Russia, Ukraine, Sudan, there's been countless reports of journalists getting killed. Civilians also died. More civilians. The British killed more civilians than the Nazis did. World War II. More German civilians died than British civilians. But that does not make the British evil in World War II. Yes, every civilian death is a tragedy, but it's not preventable. It's preventable to make it like a smaller, but it's not preventable to make it not happen at all. Especially in a large scale war like this in an urban conflict. Therefore, I think Israel is indeed justified in this response. Mostly also because October 7th was only proved the reason why they had that wall in the first place in the blockade. And also they said they'd do it again and again, so I don't see why not. Or like if Mexico took 40,000 killed 40,000 Americans, which is the equivalent to percentage wise of the population that they killed for Israel, and they injured 200,000 Americans, and they took another like 10,000 hostage. I wonder how the U.S. would respond in that sense. I'm pretty sure they would do the same thing that Israel's doing right now and invade Mexico. I'm finished.
All right. So you believe because of October 7th, every action Israel has partaken in is justified. Is that like your thing? Because of October 7th?
Solely. It just proves everything. It doesn't. That's not the only reason. The Gazan war is justified because of this. That's
Like,
the justification for the Gazan war.
so specifically, what's happening in Gaza is justified because of Hamas's behavior. So the
Right now,
indiscriminate bombings uh, of like hospitals and of
yes, but it's
medical.
been proven that Hamas hides in those hospitals.
Has it been proven? from a
Yes, it
outside
has.
source, a reputable independent source?
Yep. It's Israel arrested some 800 one time like a year ago they arrested 800 Hamas members, or no, I think killed them. I don't know. One of the two. They killed or arrested 800 Hamas members inside Al Shifa hospital. And recently they killed Mohammed Sinwar inside a hospital.
So, how do you, if you think Israel's actions are all justified, like the bombing of hospitals, the targeting of journalists, the killing of medical aid, the lack of allowing resources within the area, all these things piled up, if you think those things are justified because
Is
of
that
October 7th,
so is
how
Ukraine a genocidal state for not allowing aid into Russia? I don't see Ukraine giving aid.
these conflicts are extremely different. Those are two sovereign nations at war with each other that
Well, I'm
have
pretty sure Hamas rules
different
Gaza. Israel
boundaries,
doesn't rule
and
Gaza.
Gaza
Israel
is
occupies
literally
Gaza, but they don't rule it
the
directly.
the water around Gaza is being blocked off by Israel
Yeah, and the
currently.
UN declared it legal. And spell war. Why can't they block it off?
It's the
They were
only
also blocking it off
war,
before.
even
The
in the
UN
Middle
declared it
East,
legal.
a
So
journalist was able to go to the like right now speaking, a journalist can go to Russia and be like, I would like to see the front lines, and they would take them to the front lines in the Ukraine war, and vice versa in the
only no, I
Ukrainian
haven't
side.
seen a Western journalist on the Russian front lines.
There has been. Maybe if you didn't see
Western
them.
journalists? No, I have on the Russian front lines. Maybe the Ukrainian front lines. Yes, I've seen.
So how do you reconcile like 70% of the documented deaths within Palestine, like 70% of them being women and children?
Actually, I'm pretty sure they revamped it.
What?
Where's it? It might say yes, 70%. But actually, who on earth gave that source? That's first of all. Um, the media likes taking sources from the Gazan Health Ministry, which is ran and directly ran by Hamas.
A source that Israel has also used in the past, yes.
Gazan Health Ministry.
Maybe if we had some independent journalists within there and had other independent
Well, but like you said, it's
reputable
journalists die
sources,
in war
maybe.
zones. So I mean, it's very
Do you
difficult to
think
allow them, or else someone's
70%
just going to
of the
get blamed for a
casualties
journalist dying.
do you
Again.
No, not journalists. I'm not talking about journalists. Do you think
You
70%
said
of
to allow independent journalists.
yeah, either journalists or organizations like Human Rights Watch or the UN within these areas
I
to do
mean,
their own investigations? Do you think
well,
do you think that
they
would be
currently
better?
somewhat do.
No, we don't.
So I mean, why should Israel allow them into a war zone where they might die, and then
So is
Israel will just get
Israel
blamed for it?
is Israel in charge of the Gaza Strip? Does the Gazan Strip
They're
have
not
no
directly
source?
in charge.
Do they not
In
have
certain
any source
aspects,
of
yes, they
independence?
are. But the government, though, they have no control over.
So if Hamas or the people of Gaza would like a independent investigation, you'd be okay with that, or do you think Israel can tell them no?
I mean, I'd be okay with it, but they can't start crying if they
Do you
die
think it'd be
after
do you think it'd be
a bomb falls on them,
do you think it'd be
which
bad
they
if
always do.
do you think it'd be bad if Israel said that no, we're not gonna allow you, even though the people of Gaza wants this?
Well, it's a very dangerous war zone, so I don't know. I mean, like they could, but they have to sign a
Is
waiver
it
and
like
everything, and they can't blame
uniquely
Israel for it.
dangerous? Because there's like during the Middle East, the war of terror in the Middle East when America was over there was journalists over there all the time. Yes, some journalists died, but like we're talking about
Yeah,
an
but
amount of
that's
journalists dead
well,
that
yeah. I
is
mean, there's a
weird.
difference.
Wait.
In World War II,
We're talking about
yeah.
more journalists than that have died in World War One, World War Two, the Vietnam, the
Well, yeah, it's because it's a small little enclave that's filled with buildings. It's getting bombed into oblivion because
so
Hamas hides in every single building in sight, pretty
do you
much.
think okay, do you think it's
It's
okay?
guerrilla
Like,
warfare.
let's.
Guerrilla warfare is always like
So
this.
do you think it's justifiable for like Iran, for example, how they shot missiles into public areas because there are military bases in Israel right next to those public areas?
Yeah, but
It-
they didn't try to strike them. All of them directly flew into apartment buildings.
Is this a double standard you have? Are you showing that right now? Like,
No,
what if?
because Hamas directly hides in those buildings. Israel doesn't hide in apartment buildings, doesn't
How do
shoot
we
missiles from
know?
apartment
Are we
buildings.
just supposed to
What do you mean,
believe
how
what
do we
Israel
know?
says? Do you
Because
remember
Israel
the?
used jets.
Do you
No,
remember
it's because there's evidence that
the?
they never did.
Do you remember the evil calendar in the hospital that IDF was
That's
trying to
what I'm saying.
claim? IDF was trying
Okay,
to claim.
every side has their own propaganda. Hamas also spread some lies.
That is true, but it seems like there is one force in this conflict that has all the cards, as our glorious president Donald J. Trump would say, has all the cards, right? They have all the cards. They have the
It doesn't matter
capability
who has the
of.
cards. It matters who's right cards.
Do you
It
think
doesn't
the
matter.
people with all the cards have an obligation to have be held at a higher standard than a terrorist organization?
No. So, well, the Nazis also had a lot of cards. I don't. So why is UK not being? I
I
mean, the Nazis at the end of World War II, they didn't really have any cards left.
I
I don't
I
see
don't think
anyone blaming
Nazis are
the
good either, and I
British
don't
for.
and I criticize what happened to the German citizens during World War II and what happened to. I'm pretty consistent on this. I criticize when nations go above and above what is
Well,
necessary
yes, every
to
nation
enact
does it. Yeah.
violence and terror upon a civilian group. I don't think it's good. I keep my standard pretty same all along.
Yes, you could criticize, yeah, but every single war, civilians die.
That is true, but in this case, 70% of the deaths are civilians. The infrastructure
I mean,
is
according
rubble,
to who?
food and water. The
Well, according
source?
to who? Remember when they said that
How are you gonna say? Wait. How are you
that
gonna
the
say? Wait,
children are supposed to
sir,
die in a
sir.
few days?
Excuse me, excuse me. How are you gonna sit here and say like it is okay and there shouldn't be an independent investigation? But then when I
I said
say that
they
any
can,
source that
but they
we,
need a. Well, I never said they can't. I said they could, but they have
but
to
you
sign a
said it's
waiver.
okay if Israel said no because it's
They
dangerous
always say
there.
no, because they always get blamed for every time a journalist dies, and
Who shot the
then it makes
bullet?
them look evil.
How do you explain this? There is a
What do you
convoy
mean?
of
How do you?
How do
If
you
there's a if there's a small
wait.
ink
How
and
do you
they're
explain this? There was a convoy of medical professionals within Gaza that was there to give medical aid to people, and the IDF shot them, killed 17 people. These are tagged as medical vehicles, buried them in the vehicles on the side of the road, and it took 7 days for the United Nations to find out where they were. So, like, how do you explain that?
well, it's unclear what happened there.
Oh, the idea
Israel never
was
really
there
said anything
Hamas?
on that.
Were the
So it
medical
could be that
professionals
there was
also
a lone
Hamas?
wolf. It could be that there are some cases where soldiers go against orders and some crazy people and they start killing people
Mm-hmm.
because they go above and beyond whatever and they
I'm not sure
whatever
they're.
they look crazy.
I'm not sure they're going against orders
Yes.
because
No, they where does it say that whoever did that was ordered to do that? Where it could be, it was a
one of
mistake. All the
the
mistakes happen also
what's
all
his
the time.
name?
It's unclear.
What is
Things like
his
this always
name?
happen in wars.
No, this was like pretty much advocated before the war, the conflict in Gaza. I don't want to call it a war because it's just a bloodshed from one side.
How is it advocated for?
Uh, Israeli veteran 95 rallies troops to erase Palestinian children. I'm gonna post this in the side for anyone else that wants to read
Man, are you reading
about
the
it.
Al Jazeera article or something?
Nope, it's Middle East Eye.
Okay, now that's even worse.
Okay, this is literally like what he
Actually,
said.
maybe about the same thing. Yeah, but
Um,
Middle East Eye is literally one of the most pro-Palestinian news organizations.
Yeah, I'm also pro-Palestinian. I think people shouldn't be
Yeah,
slaughtered
but
by
I
the
mean that
state.
would be bias. I mean, like that's a
No, I'm
biased
also
source there.
pro-Israeli.
I mean, it's
I'm
a clear biased source. It's literally
I'm
called
pro
Middle East Eye.
I'm
It's literally
pro-Palestine. I'm pro-Palestinian, and I'm also pro-Israeli. I don't want the citizens. I care about citizens. I
Yeah, I
think
know, but Middle East Eye
Hamas is
is
bad.
pro-Palestinian and not pro-Israeli. They're
I
just
think
pro-Palestinian.
I think Hamas is bad, but I think the Israeli government is also bad, right?
Every
So
government's bad.
I don't think every government's equally bad. Is that? Do
Well,
you
I
think that?
mean, yeah, that's true. Hamas is definitely
Okay.
worse than the Israeli government.
So
That's why the Palestinian people are protesting against Hamas and not Israel right now.
so in 1948, when this all started, who was displaced from their land?
Well, they tried displacing the Israelis, but it backfired.
There was no Israelis yet before 1948.
There were. Well, I mean, there were Jews.
Yeah. There were Jews in Palestine. There were Palestinian Jews. You're absolutely right. So who was displaced
Yes.
specifically?
They tried displacing the Jews. Both sides were displaced.
Blows plant.
In Jerusalem,
I'm looking at
Jerusalem used to be majority Jewish. And when Jordan conquered the city in 1948, they sent all the Jews out and took all the men prisoner.
I have a memory of like what this map has looked like over the years. I'm pretty sure.
All Jews were also displaced from many Muslim countries too.
Would you also say?
They got rid of all the.
Would you also say what America did to the natives was justified?
Well, if the natives tried displacing Americans, then it would be, but
it was their
they
land
didn't.
to begin with. Their border crossed
Yeah, I know.
them.
They were displaced. But you also can't ignore the Native Americans also attacked numerous American settlements and tried killing them and raid them.
Yeah.
A lot of land was also actually legally owned from the Native Americans. Not the British or the Spanish, but the French and the Dutch. They legally got the land through trade or through deals or something with the Native Americans.
Was the Western
Then
expansion?
the British took over.
Was the Western expansion based upon trade or just slaughter?
It was slaughter. Yeah.
Was
How did the Native Americans get that land?
Was the annex
through just
it was their historical land? Was there an invisible?
They slaughtered other people to get that land.
Yeah, I don't think it's justified, but like whenever it's like two neighbors fighting, that's one thing. Two neighbors having a conflict is one thing, and a colonialist project to displace people. Hirschfeld himself, one of the founders and one of the people that pushed for the beginning of Israel, even called it a colonialist project. And he even said, whenever you do a colonialist project, you have to be prepared. What?
It's actually decolonization because that land is colonized by Arabs.
How is it colonized by Arabs when they were there for like Jewish people lived there, Arabs lived there, like these people were there, right?
They're trying to colonize it.
How were they colonized?
And they were colonized by the British, and they're colonized by the Ottomans.
Yeah.
It was Jewish land that was conquered.
There was Jewish people that were there though. Is this like a blood and soil at this point? Is this like a blood and soil at this point? Like.
No, I'm saying that
it's okay to conquer someone because like historically it was their land.
Yeah, it was historically Jewish land.
So it's okay to overthrow a government and like destroy a government and like the people that you displace the people because
should stop trying to take over Israel then.
But it was their land to begin with.
Since
the 21st century, since the 19th century,
Okay, and Jews were living there since Jews were there.
Yeah, a lot of them were Jews. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it's also Jewish land.
Well, why is it okay for more Jewish people to come there and
It's Jewish
displace?
land.
Do you think ethnostates are good? Do you think having like an ethnic state is okay? Do you like that?
If the people who's you're trying, I think that there could be. It's not an ethnic state. Ethno state. I think that Israel has a right to be a Jewish state. There's many Muslim states, so why can't Israel be a Jewish state? A religious
I
state,
don't
not
like
a.
theocracy in general. I want those
Well, there's
Muslim states to
many
be a free state.
theocratic Muslim states.
Yeah, I don't like those either.
They all kicked out their Jews.
Yeah, no, there's still Jewish people in there.
Very few. Now compared to pre from 1948, they're much less.
Yeah, because there was talks about how they were going to annex all this land and displace a bunch of Muslims and Middle Eastern people.
Well, yeah,
so
because
yeah,
they tried invading
they got upset, right?
newly
Like
formed
if
state of
you
Israel.
let's say I don't know what country you're from, but let's say like your neighboring some other like America is talking about your country, right? And they're like, hey, we're gonna come and annex your area, and we're gonna like have a bunch of settlers come in and take over your homes and your
Well, what
like,
if it was the
place.
Seminoles that said that?
About what?
They
The
wanted
Seminoles did it to
take
your
back
land
the
too?
land.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that.
I live in Florida. Seminoles used to own Florida.
You're in Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what happened to Seminoles is pretty accurate to what's happening to the Palestinians right now. Yeah. The Spanish, pretty ghoulish. You think the Spaniards were based? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Do you think what happened to the Seminoles was a good thing?
No, it wasn't. Actually, the Seminoles coexisted with the Spanish for that same amount of time.
Until they didn't, right? Until they
No, until the U.S. took until Spain sold until Spain stole it to the U.S.
so they sold stolen land to the U.S., right? Yeah. It's pretty
Well,
bad.
they coexisted.
How, like, I don't understand.
Well,
Like, there's literally
The Seminoles
like,
didn't appear there. They conquered from other people.
so you said like the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free.
Yeah.
Do you think that's like inherently genocidal?
Yeah, that is. What do you think that means? It means that from
Free
the river to the sea,
travel?
that there would be only Palestine.
No, Palestinians will be free.
No, it said Palestine will be free, not Palestinians. It says Palestine, not Palestinians.
Well, the way that I've only ever used it, and the way that like people like me,
You might use it that way, but
yeah.
not the Palestinians. The Palestinians say Palestine will be free, which means that
Not
no
all.
Israel, just Palestine. That's
How
it.
many?
That's what it means.
How many?
If you look
how
at the
many?
West Bank walls on the Palestinian side, it shows a map of all of the land, and it shows just a Palestinian flag.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. You never see, if you ask people what Palestine is in the West Bank or Gaza, they'll all say all of Palestine, which is not just the West Bank and Gaza. It's all the land that also makes up Israel too.
Yeah, since 1948, it was their land. There's
No, it
people.
wasn't. Jews lived there too.
There's
And it was conquered from the Jews.
Maybe if there was a trade agreement, maybe instead of like saying, "Hey, we're just gonna like uplift you people and you have to get the fuck out," maybe if they were like, "Hey, let's have a trade agreement. We will help defend you in any conflict, and we will help trade and build up your infrastructure as a Western nation to allow some immigration of Jewish people within the community," right? Maybe if that was the case and there was like a way of citizenship there, maybe none of this would have happened. But instead, we have a colonialist project uplifting people from their homes and their
well, maybe if
their
they
land.
accepted citizenship and didn't want to destroy Israel, I think maybe they would.
Why would they want to destroy Israel? Do you think they're just like? Do you think people are shaped by? Wait, maybe some of them.
They openly say they want to destroy Israel. They want just a Palestinian state. That's it.
Do you think people are just like Do you think Palestinians are just biologically predispositioned to hate Jewish people, or do you think like
No,
maybe
they
there's
don't.
a no?
Some don't,
Yeah.
but actually 90% of Palestinians are found anti-Semitic, according to polls and the ADL.
Why would that be the
So, I
case? What
mean,
material conditions would lead people to have those positions?
well, yes, that's because they're raised and taught that way.
Do you think you could just reason teach someone anything,
Yeah,
even
they
though
they
like
victimize themselves. That's what they do.
they victimize
It's
themselves
because
as seventy
there's yes,
percent
there's a
of women
wall.
and
They I
children are
could
dead?
see if you're born
As
that way,
they're are
but
they
do they know why there's a wall?
victimizing
Not there for no
themselves?
reason.
Are they victimizing themselves as their infrastructure is being destroyed, schools are being destroyed, children are being shot in the head? Multiple doctors that have come out of Gaza have shown multiple evidence of children being shot in the back of the head. So are they
Every
victimizing themselves whenever that's happening? Is this
in
all
every
just like
single
them
war,
playing
children die.
victim?
Yes,
What?
every single war, children die.
But are they shot in the back of the head by soldiers?
Well, where's the evidence of that?
Let me get the article.
Oh my God! So like the Middle East die again, right?
Nope.
Okay, fine. It's probably Al Jazeera.
Uh, well, here's. Do you think Human Rights Watch is also like biased?
Yes, they don't even know the meaning of apartheid.
Human Rights Watch.
There's an apartheid, which there is not. I don't know. They say there's an apartheid, but it's I don't know. Like it looks like an apartheid, but it's not an apartheid. It's there for a good reason. It's not like South Africa where blacks had less rights than whites and they're under the same state.
Wait.
Felt like it, it would be justified if the blacks wanted to take over all South Africa and displace and get rid of all the white South Africans. Then I would say that would be justified, which is the case with the Palestinians. They want to kick out all the Jews, make it only a Palestinian state, and that technically cleans everything. They don't want to. There's the ones that are okay with living in Israel or okay with just a Jewish state have Israeli citizenship and have equal rights as everyone else. But the ones that just want to destroy Israel and kick out all the Jews, you have to live inside that wall. So they don't start hurting people and doing suicide bombings of buses, which they sometimes do if they get lucky and somehow sneak in.
So you're saying it'd be okay to run out white people from Africa?
No,
But I don't get any of that. I don't get what you're trying to say.
I said yes. In South Africa during the apartheid, yes, blacks had less rights than white South Africans. But they were under the same state, and they both agree that South Africa is a country, and whatever, we should have equal rights in South Africa. That's well, besides the whites at the time there. But I mean, yeah, that's apartheid. But it's a different case. The people and the Palestinians, they're separatists, and not just separatists. They want to take over all of Israel. They want to destroy Israel. And don't say that's not true because they literally say it, and they literally sell slingshots but near the wall to shoot rocks at Israelis. So I mean,
Yeah, it's an
they're not
occupying
interested in living
force.
under an equal Israeli or Palestinian state. They want to kick out all Jews. They want to just have a sole Muslim theocratic state for themselves.
Do you think it makes sense that like not even like not even 100 years ago all that territory was Palestine and over
No, it was
conflict
Ottoman. It was
they were
100 years ago. It was
Palestinians. They
Ottoman
were
territory.
ethnically Palestinians still. They
There
identified
is
as
no ethnically
Palestinians.
Palestinian. It was just known as a region. That's it.
So you're
They
going to
never known them
deny
as
See, this is
Palestinian
Islamophobia
100
to
years
its
ago.
this you're being
Well, Jews were
Islamophobic right
also
now.
there.
Like you're gonna deny the ethnicity of these people and say, oh, because they were conquered by someone else, their ethnicity is now eradicated and doesn't exist.
No, it's because they made up that ethnicity. I'm not denying it. I'm just saying that you can't just make up an ethnicity and just call yourself that ethnicity just to
all
override someone else's
ethnicities were made
ethnicity.
up. There was a point in time where there's no such
No,
thing as a
Jews
Jew
are
or a white.
Jews.
There was a
No,
point
Jews
in time.
have existed long before Palestinians, though. You can't create ethnicity just to deny someone else's ethnicity from
This
having their
is
territory.
insane.
It's not insane because that's exactly how it is.
You
That's what they did. It might sound evil, racist, whatever.
all of
but I'm
it's
just
been
saying
made
the
up.
truth.
All of it is linguistics to describe a group of people. There's been a point
that
in
is true.
time when there was no such
That
thing as an
doesn't mean you
American.
can make
Is
up your own
America?
ethnicity
Wait,
to show someone else's ethnicity.
Isn't America? There was a point in time where there was no America. Is American made up when we just like made it? It's not real because we just
That's a
made it up.
nationality, not an ethnicity. There's no, you're not ethnically
Okay, Arab.
American. You're not. It's just a nationality because you're from the United States of
Okay,
America.
Arab.
So you're American.
So
Jew are people from Judea.
if I'm following
Which
your
was in
logic
that
right
land.
now, Arabs have existed as long as Jewish people have existed.
Yeah, and where did Arabs come from?
I don't see the
Exactly.
relevance of any
Arabs
of
came
that.
from Arabia, so they are from Arabia. Palestine is not part of Arabia.
Does
the land.
Arabia still exist?
Palestine and Israel.
Does Arabia still exist?
Yes, it still does.
It has its same borders and everything. So everyone
Ara-
like
it's split up into
outside of
different
Arabia that
countries,
called them.
But yeah,
So is everyone
still perfectly
outside?
exists, and that's where Arabs come from.
So is everyone outside of Arabia that call themselves Arabian
They're
or like
colonizers.
Arabs?
Arabs colonized the land. Yes.
Okay.
Where
Yeah.
did Jews come from?
God. He was they were the chosen
Judea.
people, right? Well, Judea
They came
didn't.
from Judea.
Judea didn't exist.
And you want to? Yeah, they did. There was the kingdom of Israel and the kingdom of Judea, which kingdom of Judea came split from the kingdom
So a
of
group
Israel
of
in a
people
civil
just
war.
made up
And they
a place called
and
Judea. Wait, a group of
you
people
can look
just.
it up.
No. I'm trying to
It
use your
wasn't made
logic
up, it
against you right
actually
now.
existed.
So a group of people. So we're talking. So a group of people just like we're like, okay, this place is called Judea, and we will now
No, it
be
existed.
the Jews. The
No,
time
that's
before
the-
it existed.
Judaism is a religion of Jews. Jews are ethnicity, and they're from Arabia. Not Arabia. They're from Judea.
So you're telling me that there was a group of people that like got together and made a place, and they were like, oh, we're gonna call it Judea, and they just
No,
made up
they split from the
they just
kingdom of
made it
Israel.
up, and now they're Jews.
No, it's because there was the 12 tribes, right?
This is like I don't believe what I'm saying right now. This is the silly logic that you're doing when it comes to Palestinians.
No, it's not silly. No, the Palestinians came from Arabia,
And the Jews came from
Judea.
which is not Israel.
It is.
No, it's not. They
It's
lost
in the
that
same
land.
land, and they came from the kingdom of Israel. There was the house of Israel, which had made up the 12 tribes. There's Judah,
Wait, you're going backwards. You just said no.
Benjamin, Simon, Reuben, Levi.
Wait, you just
and
went backwards.
many
You said
others.
they derived from Judea, and now now you're
Yeah.
saying no, Israel.
I know Judea is Judah from the 12, one of the 12 tribes. The kingdom split up, and there was the kingdom of Judea and the kingdom of Israel. The kingdom of Israel
Oh,
is
so they're
conquered
all
and scattered
liars.
around everywhere, and no one knows where they are.
So
They're assimilated
so,
into
like-
other countries and ethnicities. And then there's the kingdom of Judea, which remained and it served as a vassal state for a period of time,
do you,
getting conquered.
are you
And
getting
then
your
whatever, eventually rebounding again, refounding, and then getting conquered again, and kept on whatever conquering and then rebounding, reviving again. Then finally, the Romans conquered Judea, and it served as the province of Judea. Then there's the Bar Kokhba revolt, which was when the Jews revolted against the Roman Empire, who conquered them, and they lost. And the Romans massacred them and then scattered them around and renamed the province Syria Palestina after their historical enemy, the Philistines, which aren't the Palestinians. They were Greeks that settled in the land, and they were
I
historical
thought they were
enemies.
Arabs.
They weren't. No, the Philistines were Greek. They're different people.
But then why
They
did
were
you
from the
argue
biblical
that
times.
then why did you argue that they were Arabs, that Palestinians were
The
Arabs?
modern Palestinians are Arab.
Well, it kind of seems like all these labels don't really mean anything, and like your
It's because they
hyperfixation
just
on them are
used a
kind of
name.
silly.
They call us as Palestinians after the British Mandate, because the British Mandate got that name from the region of Palestine in the Ottoman Empire, who got the name from the Romans, all the way back in the Romans. That's ever since the Bar Kokhba revolt, when they renamed it Syria Palestina.
Like, seems like all these names and things have been made up from groups of people at one point. So, like, your entire argument of like, all these people aren't actually Palestinian, that's not a real thing,
No,
was
the
kind of
Jews.
silly.
No, but it's not Jewish. It's Jewish land.
Can we get back to like the actions of Israel again? I'm so tired of this.
But I want you to first. Do you think that Israel has the right to exist?
Does Israel have a right to exist?
Yeah. Do you think that there should be a Jewish state called Israel?
I think there should be a free state called Israel, or whatever the people that live there want to call it.
So then, why can't there be a free state of Saudi Arabia? It's not just a Muslim theocracy.
If the people in the area that we call Saudi Arabia want to be called Saudi Arabia, they can be there, but I just want it to be free.
Well, I mean, yeah, but they're not free. People of Arabia, they're under Muslim rule.
True. Maybe if we didn't try to overthrow their governments and like put it in puppet states.
No, no one ever conquered Saudi Arabia. It was always under Muslim rule.
No, I said puppet states, not conquer.
Yeah, no one ever puppeted Saudi Arabia.
No one ever puppeted Saudi Arabia. There was never any Western influence or
nope.
Or any
Never.
of the countries in
It was
the Middle
Ottomans.
East?
The Ottomans had control over it,
Mm-hmm.
but it was originally made up of a bunch of Muslim tribes who united as Saudi Arabia. That's what it was, like Jabal Shammar. They all united into Saudi Arabia, which also then had Hijaz, which is under the Ottomans. Yemen and Oman and the UAE, they were under British rule, but the actual current Saudi Arabia, it was never under British rule, really. It was always just a bunch of Muslim tribes.
Do you think what is your line? What action can Israel take against the Palestinian people that you would be like, that no, you went too far? What action?
What action if they wiped out all the Palestinians?
What do you think will
Or
occur if there's no
I mean,
stop
as
to
long-
their actions right now? Like, what do you think
I mean,
is
the main
outcome?
thing would be what actions would Palestinians do? I mean, like, it depends on what it is.
So you think there is a permissible situation where all Palestinians are wiped out?
Well, no. I mean, it's a possibility. Everything's a possibility. It's also a possibility for all Americans to be wiped out from a nuclear bomb,
No, I'm saying, what
like a nuclear war.
is there?
I mean, like,
No. That's my
I mean,
question
you asked
specifically.
me what
No,
action would be
my
too
question.
much, but I mean,
You've been yapping so much, and I let you been yapping, even though it was like really off topic. Like, I'm asking you right now, is there any action Israel can take against the Palestinian people that you would say, no, that's crossing the line?
well, there's a lot of things, but anything that's against human rights,
So,
it would be crossing the
blocking
line. But it doesn't mean
water,
that you shouldn't support Israel if
food.
they.
so denying the area getting any resources of water, food,
So against
medical
human
care.
rights, the UN allowed it. So
What?
the war, the UN allowed it. The blockade was declared legal. Blockades are always declared legal in times of war.
So you think it's okay if the law says we're allowed to starve these people out?
The law says it, so I mean, it's obviously not illegal then.
What if there was a law that said
Called
brown
the
people can
siege.
be slaves? Would you be okay with that law?
You could try to change it, but that doesn't mean it's illegal.
I'm not asking if it's illegal. I'm asking about your morality. I'm asking about your beliefs, not like what you think is legal or not.
If there's I would think it's wrong, but that doesn't mean but that doesn't mean that it's illegal.
I never
Doesn't
said
mean
the
you could
word
hold them
legal.
accountable for it.
I never said the word legal. I literally just asked you
Yeah, I know.
if there's
If
any
there's a law,
action
yeah,
Israel
that would be wrong.
can
Yeah.
do that will make you be like, whoa, 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 no, Israel, that's
Yeah,
bad.
there's definitely stuff. Yeah,
Like
there's also
what
stuff that would
specifically?
be disgusted if the U.S. did, or
Like
stuff like
what
that.
specifically? You said what? Like what?
Like an actual like genocide, but there is no actual genocide.
What about crimes against humanity?
Crimes against humanity, yeah, it's wrong, but you have to hold the people who do it accountable for it. Hamas also did crimes against humanity.
Yeah, but that's a terrorist organization. Why do you conflict? Why do you think there's like a group punishment allowed? You know, like because Palestinians are affiliated with this
Well,
terrorist organization,
yes,
Hamas.
it's
Why
a
do you
time
think
of
it's a
war.
wait,
So
wait?
yes,
I'm not.
every single war has crimes against humanity, and the people who commit them have to be held accountable. The U.S. also did war crimes in World War II,
I'm not.
and
This.
so
What
did the
about like?
British.
You don't pivot away specifically. Like I would also criticize those war crimes. I don't. Yeah, I'm consistent here. I am consistent. I'm just making sure if you're consistent and trying to understand your position because my position is pretty easy to understand. It's
That don't
starting
kill
people is
civilians,
bad.
yes, but
You know, doing bad
I
things
know
is bad.
that is it. By every war, there's civilians that die. So why is it all? Oh my God, Israel, why are you killing civilians? They're not doing it on purpose. They're not trying to.
70%
Maybe
of
there
the
is some
deaths.
soldiers that do it on purpose, but every single war, there's people like that.
Can you show us because you don't like this source, even though I'm gonna repeat it again. What source do you have that would deny 70% of the casualties have been civilians?
Well, first, I want you to prove that it did happen. How am I supposed to disprove something that's not proven?
I'm using a reputable source that Israel has quoted before, which is the one that you said isn't because it's Hamas.
The Gazan Health Ministry, Israel
Mm-hmm.
never quotes them as fact. Unless
Israel has
they
repeatedly used them in
find
the
it to be
past.
correct.
What makes it different now?
Israel never quotes them unless it's to try to disprove them.
No, they've actually used the numbers many, many times. Like back in 20, I think it was like
according
20.
to the IDF once upon a time, I don't know
I
if
think
they
it was
still
like
hold
20.
like that number, but they said like 30,000 civilians died instead of 50,000, something like that.
I can't remember. Oh, so 50,000 civilians?
No, according to the IDF, like a while ago, I'm not sure if they still have that number. Maybe it's more. They say
No,
more now.
the number
They
right
said it
now
was
is
30,000 civilians.
the number since January
Yeah, I
has
know.
been around 47,000 deaths, and 70 of them being women and children. The men
The IDF
could be
never
Hamas. They
says
couldn't
that.
be Hamas. They don't know. We're
Yeah,
not told.
the Gazan Health Ministry says that, but the
Yeah.
IDF never said that.
What's the number the IDF gives?
I don't know their current number, but a few months ago they said like 30,000. But I don't know if they give like 70% or something.
So 30,000
According
of
to the
who?
U.S., it's one soldier per it's one soldier per two civilians as the rate,
Do you
which
think?
is actually very good for war. According to the U.S., that's according to the U.S. And then according to Harvard,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
one for every four civilians.
Can we get an independent source in here? Can we get like an independent
Is Harvard an
investigation?
independent source?
Like an independent
Harvard's
source
a
or
pretty-
investigation? Like
Harvard
wait, no,
Harvard is
we
the independent
can't
source.
because Israel won't allow it. I wonder why they won't allow it.
No,
If all
they
these
do
things
allow.
are lies.
They allow some stuff.
Yeah, the Human Rights Watch.
How do you think they have those numbers? Maybe it's also
honestly,
because it's a war
after
zone and they're not gonna risk someone's life just for knowledge.
after Israel shows, like, the IDF soldier shows a calendar at a hospital and is like, this is a hit list, or this is the bombing schedule, or some crazy like Hamas schedule thing, and it was literally just a calendar. It was literally just a calendar. After that kind of shit, like,
Yeah,
are
I
you willing to?
know. I mean, every country does these things, try to pull off some tricks. Every country
Yeah,
does
it's
this. The
kind of
U.S. have
like
done it.
they had no
Hamas also
evidence that
do these things.
Hamas.
Iran also did that.
Wait. This is actually important because, like, they had no, when they were
I,
asked, provide
yeah,
the evidence that
Iran
Hamas was
also
at
did
this
the same
hospital.
exact thing. They claimed that Israel was hiding a
Provide
submarine in an apartment building.
provide evidence that Israel was at this hospital was what they were asked of, and they showed a calendar that didn't prove any of that, knowing that
Could be they
the Western
honestly thought that, or it
audience,
could be they're just trying to pull a trick off. I don't know.
yeah, knowing the Western audience doesn't speak the language or can read the language, and they lied about it on national television. Yeah.
Okay,
Why
every
don't they show
nation
the
lies. Iran
evidence?
also lied about certain stuff. They claimed that Israel's hiding a submarine in an apartment building and some fighter jets in floors of apartment building, which is
That's the
obviously
lie
false. How
Israel
on earth could
makes
you hide a
about
submarine in an apartment building?
is do you think it's permissible to just bomb a a school if, like, some of the kids are hostage in the school? Or
What
if
if Hamas
terrorists?
is firing rockets from that school at you?
Yeah, I don't think it's good to bomb them.
I think it's perfectly. If your life is in danger, I mean, you have no choice. It's either you
Do you
or them.
what?
It's
What?
either you or them. Let's say, yes, Hamas
Children?
is firing a rocket. Yeah, they have a child with
Mhm.
them, and then they're firing a rocket straight at you. And in order to stop the rocket, you have to bomb the building. You would kill
Uh
both of them. But
then
if you
I
don't, the
kill
rocket's gonna hit you, and you'll die.
No, because, like, the rocket's already at me, right? You said they shot a rocket at me, so
No, they're
I,
about to. My bad. They're about to shoot a
how do you
rocket
know
at
they're
you.
about to? Can you read their mind? And
That's
isn't,
not the
like, the
point.
Iron Dome, that's
I
what
have
the
to
Iron
give.
Dome
I
is
can't give
for?
like a better example.
Isn't, like, the Iron
No,
Dome, that's what it's for?
you just know they said they're going to. Then they're firing. I'm just giving you an example. I mean, like because it's Israel. It's obviously firing towards Israel.
How do you
They're
explain, like,
not firing it into the ocean.
how do you explain 64% of the civilians thinking, like, the
What if they already
coverage?
tried firing one at you? They
How
tried firing
hmm?
one at you already. It missed, and now they're trying to throw another one at you. Now you know they're trying to fire rockets at you.
From a
The
school?
only way to stop them from firing rockets and killing you, is by bombing the school.
Is there
It's either you or them.
Yeah, no. I don't think it's good to bomb schools filled with children.
So should you just kill yourself just to save those children, or should you save your life? And
No, I'm gonna
yes, the
rely on
children will
the
die. Unfortunately, yes, it's sad, but
As Israel, I would rely on the Iron Dome to intercept these things, and then also
Iron
implement
Dome
a
doesn't
ground
always work.
unit. Implement a ground unit to disable the fucking thing instead of blowing up all the
You
children
can't.
in the school.
Hamas has an army and they have guns, and
You
if
can't.
and they can't have a
The
ground unit
IDF
do the
doesn't
same.
have guns. Wait, do
They
they have,
also
like,
booby
super
trap
weapons?
certain buildings too.
Do they have
You know
super
how
weapons that
there's
the
a
IDF doesn't have? I thought, like, the IDF was, like, the most
yeah, the IDF
powerful
also has weapons,
soldiers
but they
in
don't
the
want to
Middle East.
die. Just because they have weapons doesn't mean they can't die.
Yeah, but, like, civilians' lives matters more than soldiers' lives. Soldiers sign up for this. They sign up to die for their fucking country. They sign
Don't.
up to defend. Yes, they do.
No, they're dying so so others don't die. They don't want to die. Israel doesn't want to kill off their soldiers. They don't see their soldiers as human meat shields. That's why Israel always has low casualties in certain places.
Yeah,
They
Hamas is
take
bad, just
the
like Israel's
safety
bad.
very seriously.
Israel uses their civilians as human meat shields too by putting military
No, that's
facilities
because it's
within
a
the
very
neighborhoods. Yep, yep,
it's because
true.
Israel's literally the size of New Jersey, and there's really nowhere else to put them.
Which is bigger, Israel or Gaza?
Gaza is it, but that there's a difference.
Oh,
Israel's
but
not firing
but there's
missiles
a difference.
from a
What's the difference?
house.
What's the difference? What?
Iron Dome being next to an apartment building, which is just intercepting missiles, is different than some guy from a hospital shooting a missile straight at an apartment building.
Oh, but it's not that big. So how would they? Are they allowed to have a military base? Is Hamas allowed to have
What
a
do you mean?
military base? Or were they
They
allowed
do.
to?
They have it underground. Well, why should they establish a military base when they're trying to do October
Because
7th?
they're supposed to be
They
a
can't have.
sovereign area.
They
They're
do
supposed to
have
be a
their
sovereign
own
group,
kind of
right?
military base. They
Is
have their own
it
entire military
apartheid?
base.
Is it apartheid or is it a sovereign?
It's not an apartheid defending yourself. When
Do you know what
why should
apartheid
they?
is?
So why should Hamas have a military base?
Do you know what apartheid is?
Yes, it's people in the same country not having equal rights.
No, that's not apartheid.
That is, that's apartheid. What is apartheid then?
Sorry, I'm eating. I got some
Like in
dumplings.
the U.S., apartheid was when the blacks didn't have equal rights, same as the whites, but they both identified as American.
No.
Same with South Africa. They both identified as South African, but the blacks didn't have same rights as the whites. And there's a difference. One identifies as Palestinian and wants to literally completely take over the whole entire territory for themselves, and the other is Israeli, whatever, who just want a Jewish state in the land, whatever, and exist, and don't want to be taken over and expelled by the Palestinians.
Yeah, it's the.
And the only way to prevent people from going in and doing terrorist attack is a wall.
It's the systemic.
Because Palestinians have tried doing that multiple times.
It was a system
For the
of.
Iron Dome, so many people died. Hundreds
was-
of people would die of a rocket hitting.
It was a system. Apartheid is a system of institutionalized racial segregation.
Yeah, in the same country.
Does
There's Israel, Palestine.
who had control
There's
over the electricity in
There's
Gaza?
Arabs inside Israel.
Who had the control of like electricity in Gaza?
Well, Israel does, but also Hamas does too.
Who has
It's like a
the
joint
control
kind
of
of thing.
water
Israel
in
supplies
Gaza?
the gas needed because Hamas doesn't, whatever, because Hamas doesn't buy. They spend all their money on weapons.
Oh, they spent all their.
And-
I'm
and
pretty sure all
tunnels
their
and
many. I'm pretty sure the terrorist organization Hamas gets fat off the tax dollars. And they're like all in Saudi Arabia. They're like in the
Yeah,
they're in like
yeah,
the
I know, and they
billionaire.
also, or they
death-
keep paying for
death
themselves.
pit.
That's what they do too. The net
It's
worth
like-
of Hamas members in Qatar are in the billions.
Yeah, so we all know where the Hamas leaders are. Then why is Israel just specifically targeting Gaza?
Because that's where all the Hamas militants are. They also assassinate Hamas members elsewhere too.
Is that so?
Like in Iran, they killed one guy. It's very hard to just attack someone in a different country.
Do you think it'd be permissible? Like, let's say America knows that someone that we're against is in China. Do you think it's just permissible for us to like shoot a rocket into China to kill that person?
No.
Do you think
Because
there's going to be
it's during China.
retaliation? Do you think it's
Yeah,
going to be?
China's gonna retaliate. It's
Yeah,
not because
okay.
that rocket might kill other people and the guy, whatever's.
So do
But
you
if
think
it's-
the
but
retaliation?
if they're at war with China and some guy from Iraq who they're also at war with is in China, then fine, yeah.
Do you think the retaliation was justified?
I mean, the retaliation by what?
From Iran.
Iran?
Yeah, Iran.
What do you mean? I mean, yeah, they have the right to retaliate, but not when it's attacking apartment buildings. For no
But
good
Israel attacks apartment buildings. Was there like a Hamas soldier in
because
every single
Hamas-
apartment building ever? The whole place is
reason.
rubble
They
now.
shoot
You know that,
rockets
right?
from. It's accidental. Some of them are accidental because like
Oh,
a
oh, it's accidental when Israel does it, but like when Hamas, a little terrorist organization with pea shooters, in comparison to the technology Israel has, it's not. It's all meant to, on purpose.
well, yeah. There's if someone has like a plasma blaster that could stretch for miles, and then one
What?
guy has a rocket that's also shooting at our buildings, kind of
I
hard to
think.
tell.
I think I've established like
Because
your
Hamas
inconsistency and
doesn't
your
have
double
bombs
standards
and
at this
bunker
point.
buster bombs. Israel does, but I mean that's the only thing that they could use. They don't have puny little missiles that they shoot that they can't just they just fly randomly into random places. Hamas just shoots rockets. They don't care where it goes. They just go and shoot.
Or is it because they don't have the technology and the kind of rockets that you can guide? They don't have guided missiles, so they just go where they go. They can like do.
Yeah, I wonder why they don't, because Israel stops them from getting those things, so they won't target civilians,
But they
because they
already
also
target
did terror
civilians.
attacks, and they said they want to kill civilians, and they've
Other than
proven
just
that they
wiping
do
out.
want
Wait,
to
wait,
by
wait,
October
wait.
7th.
Other than just wiping out Palestinians, how do you make it so like the Palestinian people don't have these antagonistic feelings towards Israelis? Like, what can Israel do to like?
Second, they accept that Israel's a country and will always be a country,
How do you
and
get
then
them to
they can
do
start
that?
making a peace deal, whatever.
How do you get them to do
Once
that?
they, well, I mean, no clue. They have to do it up by themselves.
No, you have a brain. You can think of it. Do you think
There
indiscriminate
is no way.
bombings and killing of civilians is gonna help do that?
And you think October 7th is going to help them with anything either? I mean, the second Hamas is eliminated, then there could actually be room for peace because there won't be a group trying to murder all the Israelis.
Being anti-state of Israel is an idea. You can't kill an idea except by making it
Yeah,
unjustifiable. But do you think the indiscriminate bombings and targetings of civilians and like the
yeah.
attack of their religious
They
places
try to
before that?
justify it no matter what. No, they're anti-state of Israel because they think the land belongs to them, and the Muslims should have all the land. And once a Muslim conquers a land, then the Muslims
Do you
stay
think
there forever and can't be conquered. I don't know. They have all their thing. Radical Islam is screwed up.
do you think if I would say like I don't think Israel is evil, if you do you think I'm anti-Semitic if I say like Israel is evil?
No. If you're saying it because they're Jewish, then yeah, it is anti-Semitic.
Uh, what if I said like Netanyahu is a war criminal?
If it's because he's Jewish, then it would be. If it's because you actually think he is, then it's not.
Yeah, I think he is because of their actions. I think the Israeli state is evil
Yeah, because
because of
okay,
their
then that's not
actions.
anti-Semitic. That's criticism of Israel. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
But if you say, oh, he's evil because he's Jewish, and yeah, that's anti-Semitic.
Do you think it's anti-Semitic to call criticism of his state anti-Semitic?
What do you mean?
Do you think it's anti-Semitic? Like if I criticized Israel and said I think Israel's evil, and someone called me an anti-Semite, do you think that person is actually being anti-Semitic? The one who called me anti-Semitic?
Why would they be anti-Semitic?
Because they're conflating the actions of a state with a group of people.
No, actions of a state does not match a group of people. They
Yeah,
just
I
think it's
agree.
anti-Semitic for whatever reason. Because there are a lot of people that say Israel, that hate Israel just because it's a Jewish state,
I don't hate it because it's a Jewish
which
state.
is anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
would
you
say.
might, but there's a lot of people who do.
I think it.
Fortunately,
Do you think it's anti-Semitic to say I don't think Israel should be a Jewish state?
well, why do you not want it to be a Jewish state?
I think it should be a secularist democracy.
Oh, but the Palestinians don't want that though.
How can we convince them?
But I mean, why could there be a Muslim state, but there can't be
There
a
shouldn't
Jewish state?
be. They should also be a secularist democracy.
Okay, so stop attacking Israel. Also criticize the other Muslim states too.
Yeah, but they're not the ones committing a genocide right now.
In Yemen and Sudan, there are multiple things right now that are going on. War crimes in Syria also. There's multiple war crimes going on.
Yeah, they're
ISIS blew up a
displaced. Yeah,
church and killed 20 people recently.
yeah. There's They're not good situations. Material conditions have led people to
Yeah,
be
so
in
then why only attack Israel?
because Israel is funded by my tax dollars. Those places aren't,
A
and
lot of
it's
other people
also
also.
the choice of foreign policy that we have partaken that has helped disable or
You see,
distable
that
those
would
countries
be
too.
that is why some people consider it anti-Semitic because everyone only attacks Israel for things, and it's just double-sided. They don't attack other
Well, my tax
people
dollars goes to
for
them
the same
shooting
exact
children in the
thing
head.
or
So
for worse things.
my tax dollars goes to them shooting kids in the head, and they also pay politicians to enact certain
Okay,
policies, and they lobby
say you
shit in
don't
my
want your
country.
tax
So
dollars going to Israel. Oh,
yeah,
you could say that.
yeah, but then I'll
There's
be
nothing
called
wrong with that.
anti-Semitic because I'm not supporting the only democracy in the Middle East.
If you say pull our tax dollars from this Jewish state because it's Jewish, and yeah, that would be anti-Semitic. If you say,
I
oh, I
think
don't like what these people are doing right now, then okay, fine.
I think Israel
You
should
also can
play.
criticize other people and say, oh, I also don't want my tax dollars going to Saudi Arabia and Syria
Yeah, I think Israel.
because they're also doing some bad things.
Yeah,
You can't just say, you can't
I
just
would
focus only on Israel.
because the conversation is Israel actions justified? That's why we're focusing on Israel.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, in general, do you ever criticize Syria? I never hear you criticize. I don't hear anyone ever criticize Syria.
I'm pretty sure there's criticisms of every country on the planet.
Not as nearly as much as Israel.
Well, yeah, they're the one committing a genocide right now and killing children and
Actually,
displacing
that's
people.
debatable.
Um, history will tell.
Yemen, there, Syria. There's war crimes going on. Sudan also.
Yeah, they're war-torn
Lots of
nations. What do you
starving children.
expect? This is like
Yeah, they're in civil war.
this is like, supposed to be like a Western-style democracy within the Middle East, and they're acting no differently than these war-torn nations. That's pretty yikes, bro.
Well, yeah, because they're under attack.
Are they under attack? Who shot Iran first?
They were.
Who invaded first?
I mean, they shot, but there's a reason why. Iran actually shot first, by the way.
Well,
In this current conflict, no, Israel did shoot first, but it's justified. Who's the one who funds these terrorist organizations that shoot rockets into Israel? Who's the one that constantly calls and literally has a death clock for Israel in Times Square
what's
and
the
constantly holds
Western?
rallies calling for the death of Israel and death of America?
Who's the Western colonialist, fascist, crazy state that is currently committing a genocide?
How are they colonist? Are
They're
they colonialist?
By definition, they're a colonialist state.
How exactly?
In the
Where do
same
Jews
way as
come
America
from?
was a colonialist state, or is a colonialist
Where do
state.
Palestinians come from? They come from Arabia, right? So in
Nope.
that case, I wonder who's
Hey, if you
the
lived in a house,
colonizers.
if you doesn't my family is from, so like if this is the case, so if someone tried to do colonialism to America, it would not be possible to do colonialism to America because it's of a nation of immigrants mostly.
Yeah, it's not. You can't really call it a colonial state so much because it's like, but it is somewhat
What?
colonial state. The U.S. is definitely a colonial state.
Mm-hmm.
It's also like it's very hard to really pinpoint like how exactly because like there's so much different groups of people here. It's like it's just like it's a group of, it's like a country that's made up of, it's a very diverse country. It's one of like a unique country that's not specifically one ethnic group or like one religion. However, Israel, it's a Jewish state, but it's because Jews are there always,
No,
ever.
not all the Jewish
Yeah.
people there. There's like Jewish people from Boston that just moved there this year. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. Jews came from Israel,
So
in Judea. That's where it was.
you know you can become Jewish because it's a religion too, right?
Yeah.
So how
You
many
could.
how many families do
could also
that are
become
currently
Muslim, too.
Jewish? How many families that are currently
You know-
Jewish do you think derive their ancestry all the way back to that time?
Most of them. There's actually been proven. If you look it up, modern Jews could trace all the way back to the Canaanites.
Every single one? Should we like do DNA tests
That's
just to make
the far
sure?
majority.
Should we do like DNA
do
tests
DNA
just to make
tests.
sure for those people?
They do.
What
and
about
they
like
found
the
that.
interbreeding? Like what about the interracial mixing? You
You
know,
look it up right now on
how
Google.
much
It's
percentage of like a Canaanite do you need to be justified to go back to your homeland?
what do you mean? Any amount is enough as long as you're a nice
One
majority
drop?
and you're there always.
One drop is fine. Just one drop of blood.
No, not one drop. I mean, because it's not really. Maybe I don't know. You could live there. I have no problem. I mean, like, but why shouldn't it be a Jewish state?
Because I don't like theocracies.
That theocracy. No one's forced to be Jewish there. It's just a Jewish state. It's just called the
Okay, then
Jewish
I
state.
don't like ethnic states.
Not an ethnic state either. Arabs have equal rights. It's just a Jewish state because it's Jewish land.
Why even
Just
call it a
like
Jewish
it's like
state? Why would you even?
would
What
you
is the
would you want
percentage?
Seminoles to have a
Wait. You
Seminole
can't get
Republic
away
of
with this.
Florida?
You can't get away with this. You're trying to say, oh, it's a Jewish state, which Judaism is a religion, and there is the Jewish people, which
It's
is an
also ethnicity
ethnicity.
too.
So if it's a state that's meant for these people, is it a theocracy or is it a ethnic state?
It's
Because
definitely not a
just because
theocracy. A
they
theocracy is state-ran religion, and everyone's forced to be that religion, pretty much. Or
are you
if you
allowed
don't
to
have the
get
religion, you have
married?
unequal rights.
Do they make their laws based upon Judaism?
Maybe a few, not all of them.
No, just a
A
few.
lot of them, just a few.
Just a few.
Yeah.
Can
What
gay people?
laws do they have that are based on Judaism?
Can an Arab and a Jew get married there?
Yeah.
No, they can't. Try again.
But where you see that
Look at the laws. It's right there.
Arabs could.
What is
I mean, Arabs could get married.
what does someone have to do to
That's also
become a
because
Jewish?
that's because Arabs and Jews both agree on do not intermarry.
You think?
I mean, Muslims.
The way that you say this
also
is
that
not only like as anti-Semitic, but also like
Muslims don't like
Islamophobic.
intermarriage too. I mean,
Why are you talking to these?
also I don't think that's banned, but I
Why
mean,
are
if
you
it,
talking
but
about
if it
these people like
was,
they're fucking hive
you could I
minds?
probably could see why.
Wait, why are you talking about these people like they're hive minds? Oh, like the Jews and the Arabs, they all agree that they should not intermarry. Like, what do you
It's in
mean?
both religions that intermarriage is illegal.
Those are ethnicities. Those aren't religions.
Islam is an ethnicity,
Yeah,
it's
but
a
it can
religion.
be
Judaism
ethnically
is both
Arab.
an ethnicity and religion. Judaism is the religion of Jews.
Yeah, but like Muslims, people that we consider Muslim, don't all practice the
Talking about
faith.
that law is talking about Jews as in Jewish people, like
Yeah, I'm talking about like
religion wise,
I'm
and
talking about
Muslims.
blood. I'm
Because
not talking about
because
faith.
both
I'm talking about
religions
blood.
agree that there shouldn't be intermarriage.
I'm not
So
talking
of course
about.
it's banned. Same pork is also banned because literally 90% of the people living there don't eat pork.
Oh, that's
and
real
don't
cool.
and
Wow, dude, that's cool. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Why are you saying like Jewish people and Arabs
because Muslims
don't
and
marry?
Jews have a lot in common in religion.
Do you think like these people are hive mind?
No? But they have a lot alike.
Wait, if Jewish people and Arabs have a lot alike, then why can't they get along?
Because one wants to take over the whole entire life for themselves and kick out all the Jews, and have another Muslim state out of 30 of them.
And the other one wants to
colonize
kick out all the
Jewish
Arabs and
land,
make a Jewish
and
state.
the other
True.
no,
Yeah.
the other one wants a Jewish state, but they have no problem with Muslims living there.
What's the percentage of
As long as the
Muslims that live
Muslims
in?
living there don't want to kill them all.
What is the percentage of Muslims in Israel right now? Do you know?
20%,
28.
like 20%, 20%
Yeah,
about
I was gonna say 20.
20%. Yeah, about 20%.
Do you know what faith they have?
A quarter of all Israelis are Muslim.
Do you know like what wealth
And they
they
live
have?
with equal rights. They have their own political party in the Knesset too.
Do you know how you become a Israeli citizen?
It's birthright. You could become citizen. There's many ways to become a citizen.
All right. Well, it's been an hour and 14 minutes. Do you want any last memes or like last remarks or anything? I think I've shown at least the audience in here and the people that will watch my video like there's a lot of inconsistency. I
I
think
don't think there's any inconsistency at all.
I don't know.
Main point is that it's just defending themselves
Is it defending?
from a group of people that don't want Israel to exist.
Why do they not want them to exist? You never answered this question. You keep on walking away from this question.
But
Why do
I
they?
can tell you right now.
Why do
It's
Muslims?
a Jewish state.
Why do
They don't want a Jewish
Palestinians?
state.
Do you think
They
they
don't want a
are
Jewish state.
predisposed?
They only want a Muslim state.
Do you think they're predisposed to believe this? Like there's a DNA thing.
No, it's an idea. It's not a DNA thing.
How do you get someone to accept an idea?
Convincing them.
How would you convince someone that like an entire group of people is evil?
If they're taught, it's very hard to convince someone who's been taught like that by birth.
Do you think they're with no other outside evidence, like it's possible to do that on a mass scale that we see right now?
It's called de-radicalization and whatever. If once the Palestinian leaders agree that Israel should exist and
Do you think
would
Israel
be
is
willing
radical?
to work with Israel on things like maybe two-state solution, or maybe they'd want equal rights as Israeli
No,
Arabs.
they say what they want.
then
Greater Israel.
it's gonna be worked out.
Israel talks about what they want, and it's Greater Israel, which means the displacement of
Only
not even people.
religious and radical Jews want that.
No, that's Netanyahu says it too, Buckaroo. There's so many people
He's
in
a
the government.
radical. He's a radical.
Yeah, and he's he's a prime minister of the fucking government, and his entire
Yeah.
and the entire government is behind him. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, because it's those are the people who got elected. It's a democracy.
Yeah, like 20 years ago.
No, he just got elected recently. He was there many times, but he got elected. He also got kicked out through elections too.
Hmm.
The Israelis like him. He's probably
Yeah,
gonna
I'm pretty
outlast
sure,
the next few years, the next election.
I'm pretty sure if I go to my neighbor and I punch them in the face repeatedly, and then I expect them to be nice to me, that's not going to happen. So maybe Israel should stop punching
What
its neighbors in the face.
What
and
if
killing
I
their
mean, there has to be
babies.
a reason why you're punching them in the face. You didn't just go out to them and punch them.
Yeah, they showed up to their land and started punching them in the face. I just showed up to my neighbor's house and started punching them in
No.
the face. Yeah.
What if that neighbor tried punching you and trying to kick you out of your house?
Because there was talks of me going over there to kick them out of their house and punch them in the face, I think it'd be justified. If I'm like making a
There's
plan.
talks, but you never did that yet.
No, yeah, if I'm planning to do it and they get wind of it and they
No.
punch me first because of it, yeah, I think it's
Who
justified.
says you're planning about it?
The United Nations were planning about this for decades.
No, the British gave the land to the Jews, whatever originally.
Yeah,
As a
they broke the
promise, so
yeah, they broke the
they give it
promise
back.
that they made with the
There's always
Palestinians
talks
to
about
fight
Jews
the Ottoman
having
Empire.
that
Yeah.
land. Napoleon also wanted to give it to the Jews.
Yeah, I don't care. Why are these
Yeah,
why are these other
because
nations
they
why are
want-
these
they
other
don't want the Jews
nations
to
wait
be
wait,
there.
wait 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 this is like psychotic. Why are these other nations able to just like say, hey, you people that live in this house that you built or like your
Because
family
Jews
built,
were always there and always had
not
claim
the,
of the land.
then why
since
did they have to
always.
displace Arabs, you fucking buffoon? Like you keep on like
Because
glazing over
they
this.
tried displacing all the Jews and they started a war and they lost the war.
They
And
didn't start a
allowed them-
war.
Went with their own free will, and then yes, some were displaced.
No, there was
whatever.
conflict because they were talking about displacing them. Yeah.
They weren't. There
Why
was.
is the Arabs?
Yeah,
why?
there was original place. I mean, Jews would also be displaced.
Yeah,
It
the
was- it
Arabs
was
were
just a-
there. The Arabs were there.
So,
The, wait, wait,
it was
wait, wait,
supposed to
wait,
be a
wait, wait,
Muslim
wait,
state
wait,
and
wait,
a
wait.
Jewish
Chill.
state. There would be
For a second,
two-
for a second,
there
for a
would be
second.
two states.
For a
Then all the
second.
Muslims in the Jewish side would go to the Muslim side,
The
and all the Jews in the Muslim
Arabs-
side would go to the Jewish side.
The Arabs made a
Yeah, of
deal with
course.
Britain. The Arabs made a deal with Britain to side with them
Also
and
Jews, too.
overtake the Arabs, the Palestinian people in general, Palestinian Jews and Palestinian Arabs, both sided.
The Palestinian Jews want Israel.
Both sided.
There's no Palestinian Jews anymore.
I'm talking about before the colonialist project began. So they sided, those people in the Middle East there sided with Britain to help overtake the Ottoman Empire. And then they were promised
Yeah.
that
Also,
they
the
would
Jews
have the
also
freedom.
had that deal too.
Yeah, they double dipped on the deal, and then they gave it to the Jewish people because the Jewish people could be utilized as a
They actually did
colonialist
that. They
project
gave it
to
to the Jews
overtake
first,
the
and then the
area
Muslims.
and then be a military base and be an ally to them to displace and disable and make the lives worse for the people in there and make it so they couldn't actually build up a decent nation. Yeah, true.
No, the British made that deal with the Jews in order to get their support in World War I.
All right, I'm
There's
done.
many Jews that served in World War I and whatever.
All right.
Napoleon also made the same deal to Jews to help them fight in Egypt and then whatever. But it never came to
Arabs also helped
fruition
fight in the Arabs also helped fight too.
because Napoleon lost.
What group side? What group in? Real quick. This is like a very hot, spicy like history part. What group of Jewish people in Nazi Germany sided with the Nazis?
There's no specific group.
It was the Zionists.
No.
The Zionists
It was
made
the
deals.
Lehigh. There was a gang. It
The
was just one gang.
Zionists
The
made
far-right gang that
deals.
was criticized.
The Zionists.
It
These were
wasn't
wealthy
Zionist at
people.
all.
These were wealthy, influential Zionists.
It was
They
just the
made
Lehigh.
They made deals.
Just the Lehigh group.
They made deals with the Nazis.
No, just the Lehigh.
You can look it up. They
I know,
made
and it was
deals.
just the Lehigh.
Can you let me finish?
Stern Gang, yeah, that was the only group.
Can you
Not
let me
Zionists
finish?
as a whole.
Can you let me finish?
Uganda
Professor?
and
You're
yeah,
yapping.
you could finish, but you're not saying good factual stuff right now.
I let you yap for hours upon hours about like unfactual stuff, so it's okay. We're both liars, I guess. So like the Zionists in in Germany, sided with the Nazis to make a deal to allow them to create Israel in the first place. They worked with the British, they worked with the Nazis, and the argument from your side is they had to do it. So like there was no way that the Jewish people weren't genocided, which doesn't make any sense because they also
No.
yeah.
That's
Here,
not
I'll
the
find it.
deals
I'll
that
find it right
happened.
here. I have it right here.
It was just one deal between the Stern Gang, whatever. They tried to get an alliance
Where's the
with the Nazis in order to have a Jewish state, whatever. I mean, they did sign, but they never really happened.
Yeah, I would say
It
like
happened in 1939 before they even knew about the Holocaust. Before the Holocaust even happened.
yeah, they
That's what
sided with the
happened.
Nazis. Yeah. They still sided with the
And
Nazis.
Lehigh, and they were far right. They were a very small group.
Okay.
They even killed Jews just to gain funds.
All right, cool.
They were
Now
very
you're just rewriting
criticized
history.
everywhere.
I'm gonna
The
call it
other
now.
Zionist groups hated
I'm
them.
like 20 minutes over than I should have. I really appreciate you debating me. I hope everyone enjoyed this. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll be on my stream and I'm gonna show like the Nazi thing after this, so I'm honest with my audience. So yep. All right.
It's just a Lehigh group, so I
Yep.
mean,
Have a good one.
try to find another Zionist group that sided with the Nazis.
Yep, we'll do. Bye. Oh no. I don't even like at a certain point it's just like I don't even know how to respond to these people anymore. Like the amount of double standards that were shown in that was crazy. Like you can't even like oh, they're brainwashed into it. Why would they be brainwashed if it wasn't like justified with like some sort of material evidence, right? Like maybe you don't treat people like shit and call yourself the Jewish state and they won't associate with that shit behavior towards them and Judaism together, you know? Maybe that. Maybe that. Am I crazy? I don't know. Let me find this Let me find this thing if I still have it. Oh, here it is.
Zionists and Nazis have.
This is a book. This is a book. Boom. Should go into better detail than I can. I just like create like. It is insane. I don't know. When I kept on asking him like what's permissible, like what would you say like is crossing the line, and he was like, oh, doing like killing all the Palestinians. I'm like, okay, if nothing stops and nothing changes and the behavior continues as it is continuing right now, what do you think the outcome is gonna be? And he's like, no. 70% of women and children have been the casualties. No. Nuh-uh. Where's your reputable source? Every one Hamas to every one 2 civilians to 1 Hamas. That's actually pretty good. Are you serious? So you're killing double the civilians than actually enemy? That's your that was insane. It's just it's like coming like when I'm like talking to someone like that, I start to disassociate a little bit because like people are actually like this. People are actually like this. People are actually like this. People justify this stuff. I'm not crazy. People are just like dum-dums, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, this is what I was talking about. Apparently I'm a Zionist and a Nazi. She's responding to this thing. Is it too quiet? Let's see.
Have always been buddy-buddy since the beginning of Nazis and Zionism. I'll read you a little more from my book. Genocide Bad, Notes on Palestine, Jewish History, and Collective Liberation, coming in March from Interlink Press, the only Palestinian-owned publisher in the U.S. Zionists were on strikingly good terms with the Nazi Party throughout the 1930s. Historian Joseph Mossad details the extent of their collaboration. In 1935, the German Zionist branch was the only political force that supported the Nazi Nuremberg laws in the country and was the only party still allowed to publish its own newspaper, the Rundschau, until after Kristallnacht in 1938. Nazi officials would visit Palestine as guests of the Zionists in 1934 and in 1937. So yeah, basically, as the Nazi Party takes power in Germany, Zionists were like the pick-me Jews, being like, we agree that Jews should get out of Germany. We're going to help you do that. And here's how. Back to the book. In 1933, Zionists struck a deal with Nazi Germany called the Haavara Agreement. The Nazi Party at this time was facing a global Jewish-led boycott of its goods, one that had cut German exports to the U.S. by over 70% and was a significant concern for the Nazi Party leadership. The source I cite there, you can see there are memos within the Nazi Party talking about the, economic fears about the impact of the Jewish boycott. The Haavara Agreement broke this boycott, allowing German Jews seeking to flee the Nazi regime to move to Palestine, provided that they first purchase essential goods manufactured in Germany and had them shipped to Palestine in advance of their departure. By 1939, 105 million marks worth of German goods were imported to Palestine under this program. In today's US dollars, that's close to $800 million of Jewish wealth that was transferred into the Nazi-controlled German economy by the Haavara Agreement. Now here come all the Zionists in the comments ready to argue with me that the Haavara Agreement was a necessary evil. I've got an answer for you. Nowadays, Zionists justify Haavara and the breaking of the Jewish boycott as a necessary evil, motivated purely by a desire to help German Jews escape Hitler's clutches. But, as Mossad points out, the idea that Zionists were so concerned with the fate of German Jews does not square with the facts that during Nazi rule, Jews from Britain and the United States were given priority by the Zionists over German Jews for immigration to Palestine. Indeed, 2/3 of German Jewish applicants to immigrate to Palestine were turned down by the Zionists, end quote. Granted, Zionists in Palestine could not have accepted everyone, even if they wanted to, as Palestine was still under the British mandate. Britain set quotas for immigration that became severely limited after 1936, when Britain sought to quell tensions between the influx of recently arrived Jewish European immigrants and Palestinians. However, throughout the 1930s, Zionists gave thousands of these limited slots away to applicants from the US and the UK. Those Western Jews were not in immediate danger of anti-Semitic violence the way Jews in Nazi Germany were, but they better met the Zionist criteria of young, able-bodied, Hebrew-speaking, and independently wealthy applicants, right? So everyone in the 1930s knows what the Nazi Party is up to and threatening Jews with in Germany. And in Palestine, the Brits say to the Zionists, okay, you can allow some Jews to enter, and you guys are in charge of picking who you want to come. And those Zionists in Palestine give away thousands of slots to Jews from the UK and the US who aren't in any danger of violence if they were young and Hebrew speaking and wealthy and better met those criteria, leaving the German Jews to twist in the wind, right? Okay, back to the book. Do many nation states to this day employ classist, eugenicist, and white supremacist immigration requirements? Of course. In 2018, Trump notoriously questioned why the U.S. should accept immigrants from shithole countries in Africa as he pursued policies of closing U.S. borders to anyone from the global south. Immigration policies the Democrats under Joe Biden continued. So it's not surprising that early Zionists had racist, classist, eugenicist priorities when it came to immigration as well. But these features prove that they were more motivated by those concerns than by a desire to save all their Jewish brethren from the threat of Nazism. From there, I go on in the chapter to explain how Zionists schemed to destroy Jewish communities and safety in many different countries throughout the Middle East, where Jews were coexisting peacefully with their Muslim neighbors. But you'll have to pre-order the book to read the rest of that chapter. It's a banger. And yesterday, a bunch of people let me know that there was like a smear campaign going around, and
So yeah, that's that. I'm gonna because it's gonna be on the VOD and it'll pop up. I'm gonna find. Yeah, there we go. Here's the book. I will post it and let me go to my live stream so I can post it in the chat. So you can go buy the book if you would like.
people calling me a
Shh, silence. Here it is. Whoop, whoa, that ain't what I wanted. And there's the book. Boom. Blam. All right, cool. I'm just tired. Hell world. My goodness. That's so awful that like you can like obviously Wikipedia isn't like the god tier source, but like there's all these sources. It's a great way to have all the information like in one area. And there's like it's all laid out. Here's all the Israeli war crimes. It comes from the very beginning of the Palestinian War, where they displaced people, all the way up to now. Different types of war crimes. Like there's all this all of this information. You see how small the tab is up there? See how small that is? All of this information is here. So through this you can see like a common pattern of like displacement of a bunch of dead people. Yep, that's fun. A common like displacement of like Arabs in the area, like Palestinians, increasing the tensions with its neighbors, because like they can't just like act however they want to act and expect people to like turn over and roll, show their belly and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, master. I'm really sorry. Your abuse and violence towards us was completely justified because we're dirty subhuman people." Wah. Oh, they get it all from bias source. Everything is, yeah, this is all biased. Like all this historical evidence right here is all biased. Yep. Everything is biased. Everything that doesn't agree exactly with the everything that doesn't agree exactly with the oh man, the quiz restarted. Oh man. Oh man. Everything that doesn't completely agree with the Zionist framework is actually like anti-Semitic or something. Yeah, definitely. There's a little quiz. We're gonna continue the quiz. We have to go through it again. Is it a Nazi saying it or is it a Zionist saying it? Right? Who said this? The blank went to war, and now they'll have it. There's only one effective measure. Cut them out. Person person in the side chat, do you think this is a Zionist or a Nazi? What? I don't know. I don't know whether that it goes into detail about the Intifada. Over here. Where is it at? Yeah. First Intifada. On April 13th, 1989, a raid was conducted by Israeli border police during the first Intifada, which was widely regarded as a human rights by human rights observers as potential war crime due to the extensive and lethal use of force against civilians. The raid took place in the early morning hours in the West Bank village of, not even going to pronounce that, near Bethlehem. It was aimed at arresting individuals suspected of stone throwing, removing Palestinian flags, and erasing nationalist graffiti. Around 30 officers entered the village around 3:30. You see, it's all here. It's all here. It's all here. Then there's a second Intifada. What you can continuously see is people from outside put the increase, what we just saw is the increase of Jewish people within Palestine was due to a trade between the Nazis and the Brits and the Zionists within Germany. Right? So we have a situation where people are being put in this area, and now they're declaring that this is our land now. And then they displace them. And then when they fight back, people like the person in the side chat want to say, oh, that's because it's okay to like do this stuff because they're fighting back. This colonialist project is justified because they're fighting back. They're supposed to just roll over and take it, right? This just needs to be like a Jewish country. You just need to accept the erasure of your country and like accept the colonialization of your country, and like now you have to live under a Jewish country with because we say so. And I'd be surprised about like it's all here. Like everything you're saying in the side chat's all here. It's literally all here. It's every war crime they've ever committed. Here's all the evidence that in reputable claims that point to it being a genocide. It's all here. Starvation, Like, look at that. This is what it looks like now. There's nothing left. There's fucking nothing left. And you're over here crying, being like, oh, it's based against Israel. Shut the fuck up. Cry bully over here. Like, look at this. There's nothing. Look at the map. This small little area is the Gaza Strip. You know what they did? They had the people over here come over to this. You see these are in like sections. It's sectioned off, sectioned off, sectioned off. They had the people over here come over here. They bombed all of this. Then they had all the people over here come over here. They bombed all of this. Then they had the people over here to come over here. Then they bombed all of this. Then they had the people from here go over here. Then they bombed all of this. And they had all the people that were left come over to here. And then they bombed all this. And now they're bombing camps. They completely wiped them out. Not even, and we didn't even mention what's happening in the West Bank. We didn't even mention that. So let's do this quiz. You and me, buddy. You and me. Yeah, no. This is called eradication. I'm pretty sure urban conflict isn't you destroy literally every building on site. That's called eradication. You're a fucking idiot. You'd be like the worst general ever. You'd be immediately arrested. With your justifications and with your mindset, if you tried to run a military, you'd be fucking arrested for war crimes. For like literally crimes against humanity. Maybe instead of like after October 7th, they did some like they brought like a bunch of troops in there and like had like a like run out all of the Hamas people, and then they were like, okay, we have taken over this area. The Hamas, like everyone, like hide away. Anyone that's willing to help us will be will get benefits. If you're not part of Hamas, come to the border. We have camps on the other side of the border. If you're not part of Hamas or not any of that, then come over here. We will help you out. And then they put troops in there. And then they run out Hamas. And then after that, they make a deal with the Palestinian people and say, hey, you need to do a new election. Hamas will not be your government anymore. You need to be a secularist, or not even secularist. You just need to do another democracy. And we will do what we can to do trade between us or like ease the tensions, because this has gone way too far out of control. But no, the goal has never been to have peace. The goal has been to eradicate and conquer. You buffoon in the side chat. You absolute troglodyte in the side chat. Like, their actions prove that alone. If you're trying to make peace, if you're trying to make a safe state for Jewish people, you don't attack literally everyone and demonize and like escalation. And it's okay that we escalated because they hate us, right? If you're trying to have like decent, like, you don't have to be buddy with each other, but like you don't escalate in every sense of the manner in any way possible. If you want peace. So let's do the quiz. The blank group wanted war, and now they have it. There's only one effective measure. Cut them out. Yeah, Israel did attack first. That's so true. Israel did attack first. Because there was a place that was called Palestine, and the Palestinian people live there. And then they showed up out of nowhere. Israeli Zionists showed up out of nowhere with the German Nazis backing and Britain's backing. And they started displacing everyone and attacking people, and like displaced 40, I think it was 400,000 people. Let's see. Pretty sure the number was 400,000 people from the first thing. Da, 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 da. Ooh, between 10 and 70 massacres occurred during 1948 war, according to roughly 800 Arab civilians and prisoners of war in 24 massacres. Yikes, 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 yikes. Oh, it's more up here. Yeah, this all started because Zionists in Germany made a deal with Germans and Britons to immigrant Jewish people in the fucking country because they wanted the country as a ethnic Jewish state. You buffoon. That's how it literally all started. So let's do this. Let's do the test. Let's do the test. The blank group wanted war, and now they have it. There is only one effective measure: cut them out. I would say a Zionist. Nope, it was a Nazi. I said Zionist because that's like not as bloodthirsty. Yeah, that's not as bloodthirsty as I want. And then you have like the source right here. Yep. Where it's from. Who said this? The weak crumble, are slaughtered, and are erased from history, while the strong, for good or for ill, survive. The strong are respected, and alliances are made with the strong, and the ends peace made with the strong. I would say Nazi. That's like pretty Nazi-esque, right? Nope, that was a Zionist. Oh my god, Netanyahu said it. Netanyahu said it. Holy lord. Posted this on his Twitter, threatening to use nuclear weapons to wipe out the country's enemies. Wow. Oh, is this lie? Is this a lie? Is this screenshot a lie? Is this just propaganda lie? The weak crumble and are slaughtered and erased from history, while the strong, for good or ill. See, I thought that was a Nazi. The like crazy stuff I think is a Nazi, and like the most mundane stuff I think is a Zionist. But I'm always wrong apparently. Was that propaganda? Was that a lie? How is that sentence bad? Do you know what might makes right means? Are you a fascist? Are you a Nazi? If you don't know why that sentence is bad, I think you might be a little more cooked than I thought you were in the first place. The blank have deserved the catastrophe that has... Oh, I've already done this one. I don't remember who it was, though. The blank have deserved the catastrophe that is now overtaken them. Their destruction will now go hand in hand with the destruction of our enemies. We must hasten this process with the cold ruthlessness. I didn't say you're a Nazi. I asked if you were a fascist or an authoritarian. Because might makes right. That's literally what that means. Might, the powerful survive. It's literally like authoritarian language of like, we are the strong nation and we will conquer our enemies, and within this we will find the other strong nations, and we will make alliances with the strong nations to make a stronger alliance. You know, It's literally like Warhammer shit. It's literally Warhammer shit. I'm pretty sure this is a Nazi. Okay, yeah, I was right. Joseph Goebbels said this. The Jewry will suffer great cost. Yeah, but like you could easily fill this in with like Hamas, right? Or Palestinians. Even 1 million blank are not worth a fingernail of blank. Even 1 million blank are not worth a fingernail of blank. What do you think? Hey, Moscow Mapper, what do you think this is? Yeah, that's why you don't think it's a wrong thing, because you're authoritarian. You rather suck the boot than make a citizen, like a society worth living in. You rather just like cuck yourself out to a strong state than like actually fight for humanitarian rights. You think Nazis said this? Okay, okay. Nope. It was a Zionist. Even 1 million Arabs are not worth a Jewish fingernail. Yazaf Perrin, a rabbi paying homage to the Birch Goldstein in February 1994. In February 1994, BG, dressed in Israel military uniform, entered a mosque in a cave of patronage and opened fire on the 800 Palestinian Muslims worshippers praying there during the months of Ramadan, killing 29 and wounding 125 worshippers until he was beaten to death by the survivors. Holy shit. At his funeral, Israelis shouted, "We are gold saints and Arabs out of Israel." So like at a funeral where someone shot and killed 29 people and wounded 125, Israelis are saying we are gold saints and Arabs out of Israel. Yikes. Fact sheet. What's the other link? Los Angeles Times. That's pretty is that a anti-Jewish cabal, the Los Angeles Times? Oh yeah, but we have enough other religious extremists on his funeral saying this person that even 1 million Arabs aren't worth Jewish fingernail. This is a rabbi paying homage to him at his funeral. This is what the rabbi at his funeral said. Oh, he's just an extremist. You think like maybe Hamas are just the extremists on the Palestinian side, so like all the slaughter of the Palestinians are really unjustified because like they're not extremists like Hamas? So like all this slaughter of Israelis isn't justified because they're not an extremist like this guy? Yeah. Well, these people are like Islamophobic or anti-Arab. They're racist of brown skins. So, yeah. It is impossible for a man to become assimilated with the people whose blood is different from his or from his own. It's impossible for a man to become assimilated with the people whose blood is different from his own. Is this a Nazi? Do you think this is a Nazi? I would say it's a Nazi because it's pretty, like, crazy, right? Do you think it's a Nazi? Moscow? How do you know? The only numbers we have are from an unreputable source that let's see. Oh, wrong again. A Jew brought up among Germans may assume German customs, German's works. He may be wholly emballed with that German fluid, but in the nucleus of his spiritual. What the fuck? Why are authoritarian freaks like this? What the fuck? But the nucleus of his spiritual structure will always remain Jewish because his blood, his body, his physical racial type are Jewish. It's impossible for a man to become assimilated with people whose blood is different from his own. In order to become assimilated, he must change his body. He must become one of them in blood. There can be no assimilation as long as there is no mixed marriage. An increase in the number of mixed marriages is only sure to infallible means for the destruction of a nationality. As such, a preservation of national. Oh my god, this guy sounds like a Nazi, right? But look who it is. Look who it is. Revisionist Zionist leader who confronted the Jewish Legion of the British Army in World War I on June 06, 1904. The basis of Zionist ideology is the same that of the anti-Semites, namely the belief that Jews are somehow foreign to Europe and could never be integrated, as some historians have described it. To the anti-Semites, call out with your Jews. The Zionists cheerfully respond, yes, out with your Jews. Sources. This is the guy. University of Kent. Are these all evil, spooky, anti-Semitic fake places? Fakes? Like even the former Israel Prime Minister believes his country is committing war crimes. Like, and you're like, oh, that's permissible. That's fine. We gotta kill them all. There is one and only one solution, which is the completely destroy blank. I want to say this is a Nazi, but I'm wrong. There is one and only one solution, which is to completely destroy Gaza before invading it. And when I talk about destruction, I mean destruction like it was in destruction of Hiroshima without nuclear weapons. I don't recall that Biden or his predecessors, I don't recall that the Americans provided safe hemorrhage passageways for the residents of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. On the contrary, they looked for the weakest cities, and over there they dropped their rockets to make it clear that they were serious. This is what brought an end to the war and saved lives of 1 million American soldiers. Nazi propaganda after final solution at Kurdish tribes. An Israeli politician in 2023. Ooh, there's a YouTube video.
ونحن الآن لسنا بحاجة لصورة انتصار.
Whoa. I need English here.
ونحن الآن لسنا بحاجة لصورة انتصار.
That ain't English. Is there an English version of this?
ونحن الآن لسنا بحاجة لصورة
We
انتصار
do not need victory
لإعادة كرامة إسرائيل ولإعادة
or restore our deterrent image.
الردع الذي فقدناه بشكل تام في ظل الغابة التي تحيط بنا. الآن نحن بحاجة للانتقام الرهيب والشديد. هناك حل واحد ووحيد وهو تدمير غزة قبل الدخول إليها. وعندما أتحدث عن التدمير أتحدث عن تدمير كما كان في مدينة دريسدن ومثل هيروشيما من دون سلاح نووي. لا أتذكر وأن بايدن أو سابقيه، لا أتذكر وأن الأمريكيين قاموا بتأمين مسارات إنسانية لسكان ناغاساكي وهيروشيما، بل على العكس هم بحثوا عن المدن الضعيفة جدا.
Let's see if we can find another source. News. Middle East Eye, Common Teams. October, social media user shares screenshot of an article claiming that Israel said it's reached out to foreign viewers. The image attached to viral post screenshot of news website best known for gathering clickbait conspiracy. Jackson Hinkle, the Hinkle Dinkle. Holy scheisse. Another user on X shared, blah, blah, blah. Where's the, like, yes or no? The rest of the article, person invaluable, Kingstar. Where's the... We transcribe the interview to check the authenticity of the claim. We do not need victory. This is their transcript. Yeah, I mean destruction like it was in. Yeah, this is. So Yahoo News, literally. Yeah, this is the. We do not need victory to restore the image of Israel's dignity, or to restore the deterrent image which we have lost completely in the jungle that surrounds us. Now we need to retaliate with strong vengeance. There is only one solution, which is to completely destroy Gaza before invading it. Yeah, they Yahoo. Is Yahoo like a spooky evil Arab anti-Semitic place? Oh man, let's just get through these. Oh, we're only on 7. This is the war between Sons of Light and the Sons of oh, I know this one. This is I already did this one. This is Netanyahu. Right? Yeah, this is war between the Sons of Light and the Sons of Darkness. We will not let up on our mission until the light overcomes the darkness. The good defeat the extreme evil that threatens us and the entire world. Benjamin Netanyahu. This was proposed by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Twitter. Is there like a screenshot? Zionism as described as. Let's go to Twitter. Tweet. Twitter. I'm scared every single time I open Twitter. I never know if like something gooner is gonna pop up. Don't make me call my dad. Oh no. We won't get into that. Translate post. Warriors and fighters, soldiers and servicewomen, all of our dear secretary forces, emissaries of the people and state, foundation of thousands of years of existence of the Jewish people is constant struggle of our lives and freedom. From the time of immemorial, we'll fight against the bitter enemies who rose up to destroy us. Armed with courage in the righteousness of our cause, we have stood stood resolute against those who sought our lives. My goodness, is there the... Yeah, this is dear IDF soldiers and fighters of the secondary forces. Whenever you are on land and in the air, at sea, assembly. There it is. This is a war of the children of light against the children of darkness. We will not retaliate, relent from our mission until the light overcomes the darkness, until the good defeats the extreme evil that threatens the entire world. This is like literally, you know, this is just like Warhammer LARPing at this point. This is just like evil rhetoric. Like, I don't know. What's so horrifying about understanding that the entire blank of people is the enemy? I would say Zionist. Yep, I was right. What's so horrifying about understanding the entire Palestinian people is the enemy? Yikes. We're just gonna bowl through these real quick because it's 9 o'clock. It's time for me to go to bed. Never progress. Blank never progressed beyond a certain it never has known anything but chaos because it lacked mankind, the vulnerable bearer of culture, the valuable bearer of culture. I don't know, the genius who systemically planned peace machines, who ordered the well-designed exploration immerse. This country has only known powers of unrestricted it's too bright, I can't see, and brutal armament of war. Zionist. No, I was wrong. That was pretty milquetoast. That was milquetoast. These blank must be destroyed. They are no longer human beings. They are animals. Zionist. Nope. Okay, cool. That's Goebbels. That's literally Goebbels' quote. Something like a cage has been built for them. I know that sounds terrible. It's really cruel, but there's no choice. There is a wild animal there that has to be locked up in one way or another. Nazi or Zionist? Nazi or Zionist? Nazi. Nope, I was wrong. I'm referring here to the evacuation of the blank group. Oh, this is Zionist, I'm pretty sure. I'm referring to the evacuation of the blank group. The extermination of blank people. This is one of the things that is easily said, but then they all come along and each one has their own decent blank group. Zionist? You want to say Zionist on this one? Wrong. It was a Nazi. It's about the final solution. This is literally like I'm referring to here to the evacuation of Jews. They called the dog whistle. They didn't say like, oh, we're gonna send them to the extermination camp, because all fascists, all like far right groups are pussy shit. They're all pussies, and they have to hide and not actually tell you what their like the outcomes or what they actually advocate for is. They're all bitches and pussies. They referred it to evacuation. Oh, we are evacuating the Jews. We're evacuating the Jews. Yeah. Question 12 is a Nazi. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's literally Heinrich Himmler. But yeah, that was their dog whistle for like sending people to extermination camps as evacuation. National blank will make the ancient soil fertile. Oh no. National blank will make the ancient soil fertile. That soil was unproductive for others, but for us it will be good soil because we fertilized it with our love. Is number 13 a Nazi or is it a Zionist? I want to say this is so crazy because I'm like more good faith to Zionists than I am Nazis. But at this point, why should I be? Is 13 you think it's a Zionist? You'd be correct. I already knew this one. I just wanted to see what you would say. Theodor Herzl, the founder of modern political Zionism in 1898. Wowzers. Yeah, Zionism is like the Jewish version of white supremacy. I just hope you understand that. Like historically, that's where its roots are from. All the blank will be able to do about it would be scurry around like what? All the blank will be able will be able to do about it will be scurry around like it's drugged roaches in a bottle. What the fuck? Did you already take the test before me? Yeah. Did you get the cheat sheet? Those are animals. They have no right to exist. I'm not debating the way it will happen, but they need to be exterminated. I'm a Jew, and no, it's... Nope. Nope. No. Its roots are literally in, like... Its founders and its roots were literally in, like, the same people that justified white supremacy. Like, it's literally the same through lines. And you can see by this fucking shit right here. How... Oh, but you're Jewish, so it's okay. What would happen if you're not Jewish? What if you're Arab? How would they speak to you then? And they want you to move there, don't you know? You have a free trip there. If you're Jewish, you get a free trip to Israel. And then they'll send you through this whole propaganda mill to make you feel like, oh, this place is great. It's the only state for Jewish people. And then once they get you hooked line and sinker on the state propaganda, then your authoritarianism has become Jewish supremacyism in the Middle East. Those are the animals. They have no rights to exist. I'm not debating the way that it will happen, but they need it to be exterminated. I'm just going to say that's a Nazi. And I was wrong. What kind of corporation can the region expect from someone like this? What? Minister of Education. Now, regional composition, October. Yeah, it's a person in the government. Yep. If you go on their Twitter and you just like look at what they say on Twitter, they don't lie about it. They're not like too mask on about it. Zionist. I'm personally proud of the ruins of Gaza, and that every baby, even 80 years from now, will tell their grandchildren what the Jews did. Woman's Advisement of February 2024. This reckless and dangerous conflation of the horrendous actions by the state of Israel with the Jewish people is how Israeli politicians try to hide their corruptibility. Yeah, this is people within the state like trying to make every action that the state does on, say it's like, oh, this is a Jewish action, and if you criticize this, you're being anti-Semitic. They do it all the time. I've been called anti-Semitic because I've been criticizing Israel. Be triumphant and finish them off, and don't leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase them, their families, their mothers, their children. These animals can no longer live. If you have a blank neighbor, don't wait. Go to his home and shoot him. Do you think 17 is a Zionist or a Nazi? Are you still around? Do you think 17 is a Zionist or a Nazi, buddy? I'm thinking Zionist because I know this situation, because I referred to it in our debate. Oh no. Ezra was brought in front of IDF officials to give a pep talk to Israel soldiers before Israel's 2024 ground invasion of Gaza. This 95-year-old is also a veteran of Deir Yassin massacre, one of the most horrific crimes during the Nakba. Israelis veterans rails troops against Palestinians. Yeah, it is. I have it that way on purpose. Let me see if I can like change. Nope, I'm gonna have to do that off stream. Wait. No, I'm gonna have to do that off stream. Okay. Yep. This is literally the thing I told you about. Let's find another source, because you were like, oh, that place is biased. Anything that has the word Middle East in it is a evil, spooky Arab biased thing. The World Socialist Leb, how the Israeli army used a 95-year-old veteran. Middle East Eye, they're anti-Semitic. Human Rights Watch, the Amnesty International. Israeli in the occupied Palestinian territory 2024. Nope. Is the World Socialist Web, the WSW, is that also a Hamas source? Erase the memory of them. Is this like the...
תעלו והצליחו, תכסחו אותם כמה שיותר, שלא להשאיר מהם זכר, שלא לא הם, לא אמא שלהם, לא הילדה שלהם, לא התינוקות שלהם, אסור להם לחיות לחיות האלה. בימים האלה לא תהיה לנו ברירה, נקבל עוד טילים מהחיזבאללה.
Yeah, there's like there's a study that showed like 65% of Israel's citizens have like the same kind of hyper authoritarian uh, blood libel thought process when it comes to people of the Middle East that aren't Jewish people. So I don't know. If you get state propaganda, if the state is telling the people like, oh, they're out to get you, they're all evil, just like how you said with Hamas, it's gonna happen to them too. We, on part, are ready to put all these criminals at the disposal of these countries. For all I care, even on luxury ships. What? We, on our part, are ready to put all these criminals at the disposal of these countries. For all I care, even on luxurious ships? Zionist? No, it's a Nazi. Adolf Hitler's speech. Oh. I can only hope and expect that the other world, which has such deep sympathy for these criminals, meaning Jews, will at least be generous enough to convert this sympathy into practical aid. We, on our part, are ready to put all these criminals, aka Jews, at the disposal of these countries. For all I care, even on luxurious ships. Man, yikes, Rooney. Oh, we're so close. There will be no mercy. I got a dry spot. I need a sippy poo. There will be no mercy. We had the moral right. We had the duty towards our people to destroy these people that wanted to destroy us. There will be no mercy. We had the moral right. We had the duty towards our people to destroy these people that wanted to destroy us. I'm gonna say Zionist, and I was wrong. Because I'm like, just interchange Jew with Hamas or Palestinian, and you can't tell. I just can't tell. I like Himmer. Whoa. Two more. Let's go. Well, three more technically. One of the soldiers assaulted a 16-year-old girl, laughing. They gathered them in something like a cage and put iron wires around them. They gathered all the men. They sat them on the ground, and once one of their soldiers got the submachine gun and shot them, there were soldiers who took flamethrowers and ran after villagers and burnt them. I feel like this is about one of the Nakbas. I feel like this is about... Yeah. Oh yeah, I was right. Yep, the Nakba. Haha! The events in Toronto were crazy and horrifying. Toronto was a rich village and had beautiful houses. Its residents lived like Europeans, and the women in the villagers used to wear nice clothes. One of the soldiers raped a 16-year-old girl, laughing. Do you understand? Do you understand the events were... What's the source?
השתוללו בטנטור היה משהו נורא. טנטור היה כפר עשיר, בתים יפים, גרים שומרי...
This is a Zionist soldier. That's a Zionist soldier right there saying this. From his remark, he was like, damn. From the testimony of the 1948 Nakba made by a Zionist soldier. Yeah. That's no bueno. Yeah, everything that shows bad light on your fucking ideology is actually lie. There's no, like, literally none of it is true. Like, all of it's a lie. Like, everything, every minuscule of evidence proving the opposite direction, every group of people or organization that's credible that comes out and criticizes you is all lying. Yep, the whole world is lying at this point. Yep. The only people you can trust on this are Zionists. The only people you can trust on this are Jewish. Like, not even Jewish people, just Zionists or Israelis. I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worthy race, a more worthy, wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taking their place. I feel like this is the... I think this is the guy that, one of the founders of Zionism. Yeah, I was right. Okay. Oh, no, it was Churchill. Yeah, but Churchill was a Zionist. That's true. Because Zionism isn't about, like... Zionism isn't about being Jewish. It's just, like, believing in the Jewish colonial project. I hope you don't start crying. Yeah, none of this reflects on you, by the way. You don't have to simp. Wait. Person in this side chat, you do not have to simp for, like, Israel. You don't have to do that. They don't represent you as a Jewish person. They want you to have an emotional connection to them, so you justify any action that they partake in. You don't have to do that. Nothing they do represents you. But what they do, the actions that they do partake in justifies negative outlooks on Jewish people as a whole. So, like, them declaring that we are the Jewish state, we are the Jewish state, and then them partaking in these kind of actions increase anti-Semitism within nations, including America. I don't think anti-Semitism is ever justified, but it's not the people, it's Israel's fault for conflating anti-Semitism to criticism of their actions, and anti-Semitism with, like, anti-Zionism. They want people, they want Jewish people to not be safe in any other country, because then their stance of we're the only safe place for Jews, and, like, this is our existence here is necessary. Like, that's literally the Nazis' argument, was like, we need to establish a... What are the 14 words exactly? I just... Oh, what the fuck? That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Whoop. Ah. So, like, we must secure the existence of our people and a future for Jewish children. You know? You can just, like, literally put that in. Like, that's literally the mindset. This is literally the mindset of, like, Zionism. We need to establish a Jewish state to ensure the future of our people. It's literally the same kind of shit. I would not do it right now because of the attention. If you want to, there's literally missiles being shot there. Like, I would not go now. I'd wait for peace. Be smart about it. Don't just be like, oh, I gotta go visit the land. A lot of the Zionists, yes. Not every Zionist, but the ones that are in charge. The desired outcome for Israel is to make greater Israel. This would, on its own, necessarily mean ethnic cleansing or genocide. You'd have to remove people from their land, from their homes, to create the borders of greater Israel. Like this is a shit ideology. It has nothing to do with being Jewish. It's literally fuck all to do with being Jewish. Just like how Nazism has fuck all to do with it being white. Like, should we criticize all white people because of what the Nazis did? No. Should we criticize Jewish people for Zionists are doing? No. But it's two sides of the same fucking coin. It's the same ideology. It's the same outcomes. They just have a different target and a different geography and different allies. We shall exterminate the blank. The blank will not get away with their responsibility for blank. This day will be avenged. We will exterminate the blank. I know this sounds like something from October 8th, but okay, good. That was a trick question. They were trying to get us to be like, oh, they're obviously talking about October 7th, you know? Adolf Hitler. Yep. Okay. Damn. I didn't do so good. It's hard to tell the difference between a Zionist and a Nazi, I guess. I'm gonna... yeah. That's bad. That's not good. That is not good. You don't need an emotion. I had an emotional connection to Christianity, but then I realized that it's worthless. I don't have an emotional connection to my whiteness. I don't have an emotional connection to, like... You don't have to have an emotional connection to these things to the point where, like, you justify a state committing war crimes. You don't need, like, I'm a red, white, and blue bleeding American. I love America, but I criticize the fuck out of America because I love America. I do. I'm Irish and Romani. Like, what do you mean? You know why my family is here? I haven't said this yet on stream, but you want to know why my family's here? The freaking potato famine. Colonialization from the British. It's the same shit. I don't have like a strong emotional connection to my Irishness or like Ireland. I don't want to go, like, I wouldn't justify like north of Ireland being attacked, like Gaza, even though like they aren't like Irish, for the people that are south of the north of Ireland. Like, I'm German Romani too. You don't have to have a connection to these things. You don't have to like have such an like to have an emotional connection so strong where you feel like it's necessary to justify war crimes or a state, a government. That's psychotic. You said you live in America and the IDF speaks at your school? That's some... What other country is allowed to come to America and speak What other country do we allow? Yeah, they're literally doing the propaganda that I was talking about in the debate. That you, like the person the person that was debating me was saying about Hamas. They're doing the same thing to you. They're doing the same thing. You criticized Hamas for doing it. They're doing the same thing to you, if that's true. If you get shown videos of terrorist attacks. Alright. Let's move this up here. I'm gonna have some chill vibes and try to... We're gonna attempt this again. The last time I did this, it started crashing the freak out. Let me close Discord. Okay. We're gonna try to play some Helldivers again. I'll play Helldivers for like one mission and then I'm gonna call it. You're the girl from the debate? Alright. Hey, you don't have to share anything you don't want to share. I don't want you to share anything that you feel uncomfortable sharing. You do not need to say anything to me that makes you feel uncomfortable or vulnerable or anything like that. So, yeah, I assumed you were the same person. I just was not going to make that full assumption and look like a silly Willy. This is where my model starts crashing out. Like, this game is a perfect example. Like, these people are literally brainwashed to do galactic conquest in the name of an authoritarian state that doesn't give a crap about them. Like, this is a perfect example of like why hypernationalism is cringe. Oh no. What's the black hole? Is that where we're supposed to go? I don't wanna fight those people. I like fighting bots, even though bugs are so annoying. Bugs are so annoying. I hate bugs.
Initiating FTL jump to the SLIF system. FTL jump successful.
Bots are like your constantly.
Mission coordinates locked.
Bots are fun to fight. Bugs are like super obnoxious. There we go. Now it loads. Oh, you can upgrade the guns now? What? When did they do that? I haven't played this game in months, so need something that's like gonna do. Does it do medium piercing? Yeah, it does. So we'll just keep what we have then. This is doing the oil, so. Gimme, gimme, gimme a laser. Dude, I have so much. Why is it drifting? It's never drifted before. That's a good gun. The dodge is necessary to deal with the annoying little ones. The laser and probably 100-pound, right? No. Mortar. Yeah, mortar will help me whenever I'm like doing the oil stuff.
Hellpod launch initiated.
I'm really, like, if you're still here, I'm really sorry about that. Like, I think you should have the freedom of expression. I think you should be able to express yourself freely with clothing. I think that's just, like, psychotic for your parents to be like, oh, you can't wear a certain pair of pants because they're too girly. Are you serious? Are you fucking kidding me? Am I stuck up here? Am I gonna have to fall and die? I'm gonna die. Yeah. What the heck? I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, I think it's really stupid that your family would even be upset about that. I think there's no reason to be like, if we're gonna be like, oh, like, older cultures, men and women both wear pretty much the same thing. Men and women both wore like dresses and shit.
That's called democracy.
Yeah, kill him. And like, that authoritarian ideology that you have is the kind of ideology that leads to, that's the kind of ideology that leads to demanding or like controlling people's clothing and what they wear. Like, that is authoritarian right there. Having the state make laws, or like making people, oh, there's a shovel, making people like not be able to express themselves because you feel weird about it, or whatever stupid excuse people like your parents make. Yeah, I think your parents should get over themselves, and I hope you can get in a better place where you can actually express yourself, and that your parents will accept you for who you are and love you. Oh no.
Fire in the hole.
Sending down equipment package.
Yeah, I think there's a big loneliness problem. There's a big loneliness problem, and just because like shit's bad now doesn't mean like it's gonna be bad forever, and you should not allow those like people within your life to make you feel like there's no future, because there is a future, and you should advocate things that will better your future. Like if you look at the beginning of the stream, I talked about Mondami and like how his political activism is like true populism and actually solutions to our problems, not like demonizing people based upon their differences from us, hating our neighbors and whatnot.
Tagging map.
I hope you have a good night. You don't like, I'm glad you have an outlet at least a bit. I don't get the whole chat GPT thing. I think it's a sign of like social erosion, you know? Like society is like people don't have the outlet of like having a first or second place. Like they don't have the outlet or community anymore, so they're relying on using bots. You just did to me. You can come out to people online. You can make these social groups online. Like I came out to people, not my family. Like my family doesn't talk to me anymore because I came out. My mom, for example, she said, why does there have to be something wrong? Oh god. Oh god. My mom, for example, she asked me like, why does there have to be something wrong with you when I came out? And then with my dad, he's like a Trump supporting weirdo, and my stepdad, oh man, there's so many of them. And my stepdad, he said I was gonna be a ugly girl, so you know, like I didn't have supporting parents too, but I've been medically transitioning for almost 2 years now, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. Like, you just gotta understand like this isn't forever, you know? Make a community while you're stuck in this shitty situation where your parents are like holding you back from expressing yourself. Make a community that is accepting whenever you do get out, you know? Like, build up a community that like is there for you and like actually loves and respects you for who you truly are, and not oh my god. Oh god. And don't let people shove you in a hole. Are you serious right now? How would you die? Okay. Yeah, I'm also trans, yes.
Dropping a pin.
Yeah, I'm like one of the elderly trans. I turn. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. I turn 30 next January, so you know. I when I was younger, I would like sit there and pray like all the time. Like I wish either because I was Christian at the time, so like I'd pray like God either get these wicked thoughts out of my head, um, help me get these wicked thoughts out of my head, or give me a body in which I'm actually comfortable in. Let me wake up in like flesh that I'm actually comfortable with, you know? And what the heck? And then I realized like that ain't gonna happen because that guy's not even real anyway, so I took it in my own hands when I was capable of it.
Sending down equipment package.
Yep.
Hellbomb armed. Clear the area.
Yep. It's a common thing between trans people. That's when they're younger, that's what they do. Especially when they're in like a shitty situation with parents that don't accept them or won't give them like they'll just try to convert them. Yeah, it's a common thing. Like obviously as an adult make your own decisions, but as a child you kind of require your parents' consent to also be able to take you to the doctor in the first place, right? Which I think is silly that there's such a stigma behind it in the first place. Like what you just said was just wearing clothes. Like that's insane, you know? Like who cares? Like actually, like who cares what clothes you wear?
Tagging map.
Oh, is this acid rain? What the heck? When did this become a thing? I haven't played this game in months. There's so much new stuff. Isn't that cool? It's not fair. Not doing a hobby to escape from reality. I think having a hobby is healthy. I think. See, I'm really into Yu-Gi-Oh. I play Yu-Gi-Oh, and I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh competitively in high school, and that was a way for me to find like a community of people that were more accepting. Right? Like it was like I was able to go to the card shop. It was kind of the situation where like I made it happen. I didn't rely on my parents to drive me. I like had a job in high school and I either took a bus or had people that lived next to me paid for gas and had them get me, you know? Oh no. He's ugly and stupid.
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
Sending down sentry.
Oh, my family was religious too. Like we went to church. Especially like the majority of my family's been religious my entire life. I won't get into that too much, but you can. I appreciate the compliment. You can, like, I don't hide my face. I just don't want to, like, right now, for example, it's super hot. It's like ridiculously hot. So I'm just like chilling in my room, like trying not to dehydrate to death. Like, you can find my face though on my social media. Like, I'm not scared of. Am I even close? Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not scared of like people seeing me. I did the thing! Yay! It's not what I wanted at all.
Dropping a pin.
No!
Helldivers never die.
Objective near your position. Firing orbital laser.
Oh, there's no one here. What the heck? Yeah, if you ever see me in a chat, that's fine. I tried to not. My Discord is also in the my Discord is also in the link tree under the. My Discord is in the link tree in the bio right now, and so you can join my Discord. I try not to partake in too much interaction with minors in general, but we have like resources, and like it's a better environment that you can find people that will accept you for who you are. At least, you know. You know. It's so hard to see. There it is. Alright. Thank you for the sub. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your evening. Get some good sleep. Thank you for the debate. I think it's okay to disagree. I didn't realize your age whenever we started the debate, but yeah. Have a good night. It's too spooky. I hate these bugs so much. Let me climb up. Let me get out of here.
Bag's empty.
Another step towards galactic liberation. You may extract when ready.
Huzzah! Let's kill
Tagging
these
map.
buggers. Run!
Injury? What injury?
Gimme a missile. Kill the bugs. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Ah, you little jerk. What the? Supposed to be on my side. Dodge, why? Oh no. I need Please do. Please do, thank you.
Throwing grenade.
Like caramba.
Never die.
Oh, there's the other one.
Dropping a pin.
Oh, that's great. Laser time. Laser time. Let's kill. Kill. Murder. Death. Oh, they're so cute.
Have a taste of democracy.
Oh, the little babies. Oh, lol. Let's just like do the mortar, because that'd be really funny. You just watch the mortars come down upon them.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Oh, I have plenty of time. Come on. Start shooting. Shoot on off. You can do it. You can do it. Hell yeah. Aww. I sorry. Oh man. There we go. It just really I don't like what kind of I think I'm gonna have to do
Deploying support weapon.
I hope that works. When you're out of grenades, use his support weapon. Base. Cool.
Tagging map.
Was that turret over here still there too? That'd be hilarious if it is. It just, I don't know, the world's insane. People are hating each other over the stupidest things. I dislike harm. That's my category. If someone is advocating for something that's like harmful to others, right? That's the thing that I'm not about. And like before anyone in the chat's like, oh yeah, well what about like harm to fascists or stuff like that? Like yeah, no, based actually, because their ideology is inherently harmful, right? It's self-defense at that point. Like, if your ideology is like we should eradicate a group of people, or we should oppress people with the state, or we should like anti-LGBTQ, racial, non-Christian, like all these things. If your ideology is like inherently, which fascism, authoritarianism, conservatism is inherently like this, and the things you advocate for is inherently harmful, then I think, yeah, no, it's actually okay and justified for harm to come to you. Like, punch a Nazi. If someone's like out there like, I'm a Nazi, hail HH, right? Hail. Punch them in the face. Cool, face. You're doing their belief system is inherently antithetical to a civil society, because nothing about their beliefs are civil. They're destructive and violent towards the groups that they target as a scapegoat. You know what the craziest thing is about like white supremacists? I've never met a white supremacist that actually has policies that like benefit white people. It's always like they're gonna hurt non-white people, and that's what's gonna benefit white people. Like, I've never heard a single policy from anyone that was like a out and proud white supremacist that was like, oh yeah, I have this policy to help white people. No, it's always been like, let go, we're getting out of here. It's always been like, oh, we're gonna help white people by oppressing non-white people. Watch where you're standing. Oh no. I've been burnt way too many times by these assholes.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
I tried to fix my model. It seems like if I do this, hey, if I do this and then click on, like, then it's like it can do one, but it can't do both. I can either like have a smooth model, or the game is gonna glitch. Or the game is gonna be smooth, and my model is gonna glitch. I don't know what to do about that. I don't know what to do about that. Yeah, well, it's 10 o'clock. It is past my bedtime. I'm gonna call it here. I'm so disappointed the power went out earlier today. That sucked. That like actually really sucked. Because I had a whole audience in here, and then my power went out, and then everyone left. That really was booty. That was really booty. Let's
Now that is what I call.
That's so weird that like some things pop up but not all the things. Oh. I'm so eepy. Alright, well, I'm the Shy Doomer. We had a fun debate, I think. I don't know. I think I might have started changing the person's mind, as you can see by all the chat next to me. I hope the next debate is something that I'm more used to debating, because like to me this is really hard to debating like Israel's actions. It's just like, look at reality. Like, how can you not see how it's like unjustified, right? Like like me gestures to the world, and it's like, how can you not? So just like flabbergasting when people don't agree to me. I not because like everyone has to agree with me, but mostly because it's like, how could you deny this like at this point like objective truth? like it's objective that these people are being slaughtered by the state of Israel, and there's very little to no pushback, and if it keeps on going this way, they're gonna just be gone, right? Well, I'm the Shy Doomer. I debate well, not debate, but I stream. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Typically 6 to 9. Today I started a little bit early. We had some technical difficulties with the power going out in my apartment, but we came back. If you want to debate me, you can reach out to me on any of the social media within the link tree and my bio here. I will see you Friday.